taking on Sean Parsons.
Adam Bowers is our current state champion from 2024.
088 light for the HQ. But I'll tell you what, Parsons got moving at the top end. 5.92 with a 3, 124 miles an hour. Wow. Leading the field by about 0.4 of a second so far. Bowers a 6.46 with a 1. Next up we've got Craig Warren, the Holden Tirana, taking on Luke Tex Griffiths down there in the rocket lane. Tex was up at Willowbank a couple of weeks ago. Does a lot of travelling with this car. See, Warren's car will lift that left front, turn over to the centre line.
I was going to say all the way from Reesby, and then I realised Reesby is actually not that too far.
It's further than some, but closer than others.
Oh dear. As Craig brings up on 3 wheels, powers through, completes the win. 6.52 with a 9 at 1.06 on the aeroflow.
007 on the tree, our best light so far. Oh no, we had a 005, I think, so only 2000s in that.
Corey Stuttery in the familiar Dolden Racing SS Commodore in the aeroflow lane.
Yeah, and Eden Abella down there in the rocket lane in the VY utility, LS turbo on board. We see both these cars at Sydney Dragway all the time. Eden was struggling a little bit last time out. It kept almost like bombing and bouncing on those rear tyres. They're a new rear tyre, but I think a lot of it is suspension angles and bits and pieces to try and get the diff at the right angle off the launch. But a 6.65 with a 2, 113 miles an hour for Eden. Puts him in 8th spot. Stutchbury in 9th there.
As we've got Brian Addising in the airflow lane from Dialed In Racing.
He's enjoying driving this early model Commodore.
I was going to say that they're having a bit of a mix and match. Yes. I always have to check the computer because they've got, you know, like it's either Sammy Joe or Brett or Brian or it's Corey.
That's exactly right. There's a fair team and it's growing all the time. Down there we've also got David Matasevic in the Ford Cortina. Cordy leading first with a 1.43 light and will take it to the finish line. 6.54 with a 5, 105 mile an hour to a 6.82 with a 7 for Ada Singh.
As we move in, Bill Hatchie in the rocket lane, winner our 000 reaction time on Wednesday nights.
Yeah, he's done pretty well in this car as Bill. And Manny Candros down there in the airflow lane. This beautiful looking Capri, looking really, really nice down there in the morning sun here at Sydney Dragway. As you can see from some of our footage, the air is still quite crisp outside. It's a balmy 3 degrees, I think, in winter this morning as I got in the car.
Crikey. A couple of our regular viewers joining us this morning, Bushy on the YouTube and Facebook. Mike Sampson all the way from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Welcome, Mike.
Shane Beekman. I have to thank Shane. Shane told me that I left the audio off at the beginning of the stream. Oh. It was a bit of a mime stream, so thank you, Shane, for reminding me to hit that good button. There's Danny in the AU Falcon, part of our state series. We had the pleasure of sitting with Danny at the state titles trophy presentation night.
Yes.
And everything was chicken and he didn't eat chicken. I was like, well, more for us.
Yes, it was pretty much like. Owen Mahoyan now in the, not sure what sort of car, that's the SUV.
Okay.
with the red roof.
Oh, it's the T-Rock.
Yes, it's not the car that's showing
No.
on our screen, but
That's T-Rock, one of our regulars at Wednesday nights lately.
good to see the Aeroflow Race for Real doing what it's supposed to do, introduce new people into racing, and then if we can convince them to come out for a little bit of competition, they learn the full craft of dial your own racing. And of course today, running over the 8th mile here at Sydney Dragway.
There's Chris Ferralis.
Yeah, another one of our regulars.
Yes.
Taking on Don Baird in the Commodore 833 with a 980 mile an hour for Baird to a 951 74 mile an hour for Varillas in the Falcon.
As that next pair comes up, in the airflow lane, we've got Nick Bennett, the Gemini.
Yeah, it's got a few more cylinders than a little Gemini.
Little Gemini.
Yeah, 202 in it. Have angle grinder, will fit.
As Nick brings the vehicle up in the stage. Up against the Statesman.
Yeah, I think that's... the Statesman leading first with a 145, but the Gemini out in front.
Yeah, Nick takes the win on that one. 879 at 79 to a 1007 at 70.
All right, I think we're moving into, we'll get a couple of vintage gases down there. And that is John Kerr in the Mercury.
Taking on T55, which is Andrew Barbara.
John away first with a 221 line.
John was on it this morning, mate. He's had his big mix. Comes through 686 with a 4 at 101 to a 780 with a 1 at 89. That T-Rock does look different with the red roof. I don't know if
It does.
He's got St. George number plates, so obviously it all works out well, doesn't it?
Right. I'm lucky you're observant, because so I can, yeah, we now understand.
He didn't go to Shroom with that one.
It's probably a wrap on top, I
Yeah.
think. So.
Look at the roof on this one, Bushy. Holy moly.
Yeah, the old lace work for Doris the Morris. Whoa, getting all crossed up there out of the water.
Doris nearly became part of the wall. So, Chris.
It's Kevin
It's Kevin.
Landbury. Yeah, they did things like that back in the day, Adam.
I was actually
Spray
watching.
over some
Was
lace
it
type.
Fast and Loud, the Guest Monkey
Oh,
Garage.
yes.
And you know, they put like the tablecloth on the roof and sprayed over it and then clear coat. You're like, oh, that's how they do it. So he sends it through, runs over the 8th. A85 with a 0 at 75. Sounds like it's got a nice stall in there.
Yeah, that car had weighed next to nothing, I reckon.
As we just watered down the water box ahead of our next pair. Couple of Commodores, VZs, with some N's on the window.
Just to make sure they go a little bit quicker.
N for nice and fast.
Yeah.
So, been on one of the dialed-in racings.
Well, I think both are they?
Are they both? Yeah, you're correct.
That'll be Sammy Joe down there in the airflow lane. She's
That's
driving.
Brian's regular car?
Yeah, but
okay.
she destroyed her power
did.
plant up at Willowbank.
She
So
did. One of the valves did not agree with one of the pistons, and
yeah, they
off
had
it
an
went.
argument. And one
Yep.
walked away. You know, they were both sore and damaged. But yeah,
Apparently, timing chain broke or something, and everything came together.
Yeah, said hello.
Yeah. They opened up and went, yeah, we can't fix that one.
Unfortunately for the team, they do run on a budget, but you know, Sammy did say that car has run, her red Commodore has done over 500 runs, so
yeah.
Nothing lasts forever, as they say. 270 light on the trees as Sammy in the black Commodore runs on through for a 728 with a 0.97 miles an hour to an 820 with a 7 at 85.
Move on next, Casey Johnson in the airflow lane. Hot 351 on the number plate.
Being on John Buttersill there in the 68 Ford Cougar. Now, when this car first started coming to the Dragway, Adam, it was a sedate, you know, just a street car, you know. And then, as we can see now, he's gone, you know what? This gasser class looks pretty cool. I'm going to put lift the front end right up to try and get the weight transfer back to the rear wheels, which of course was the idea back in the day. 402 light for John.
The drag racing disease.
Yes, yes. Well, they went to in some classes. They went to the extent of actually moving the front end forward.
Okay.
They fill in the wheel arch and move the front end. The rear end.
Yes.
Like a foot forward.
Okay.
Like big time. It wasn't just a small change. It was actually quite a substantial change.
Yeah, that's crazy. We got the Mighty Mustang coming up over into the airflow lane.
Taking on Michael Bennett down there in the Chevy pickup.
Adrian Kemp over here in the Mustang.
Yeah, these guys have been running vintage gas for a little while now. Although Michael, fairly new to this truck, he's had to fix a few issues along the way. I was talking to Willowbank. He's thinking the next thing he might do is setting diff gears, just lifting the left front. Left nicely, 138 to the 60. And runs on through the finish line with a 665 with a 3. Yeah, he was saying that he felt the gearing on the quarter he was running out of gear, so you'll have to change the ratio a little bit. But that was definitely a good run for Michael, although it slowed it just coming up the hill because the braking area has a little bit of a rise in it.
Looks like the rock lane's rolling with no power, so hopefully he gets down to the deep end. So he makes it around quite comfortably. Move on. Phil Moore and the Chev in the airflow lane, taking on Rick in the rocket lane. Is that what you call a Woody, or is that something?
Yeah, I think they also called him a Squire was their marketing name.
Yeah,
it's fiberglass according to the guy on the Shannon's
Shannon's ad.
Shannon's ad, yeah.
That's exactly what I was referring. I was like, oh. Oh, we used to call them Woodies back, and I was like, okay. So, Phil and Rick taking off. Wheel spin from Wick. Yep, gets it back.
Looked like it was running a bit rich on fuel on the hit, but then went into wheel spin, so definitely got moving at the top end. 82 mile an hour.
965 with a 6 at 70 for the airflow lane. Not bad at all. So the rocket lane, he's diving left and right down the braking area, so hopefully he can bring it up, and there's a bit of... Oh. It looks like it's a bit smoky down there, but hopefully
we can't
nothing
quite
too
see
crazy.
it from here, but definitely on the
camera footage we've got here.
Yeah, it definitely tells a different story. As I said, it looked like it had the black smoke coming out of it when it left the start line, which indication it's running a little bit rich, but I don't know if he's now running a little bit of nitrous oxide or similar to that.
It's just to quickly check the track in saying that.
On track now, there's a Willys coupe down there. This is the quintessential gasser. This is one of the cars that back in the day would have been doing battle with the 33 Willys and the pickups and the Anglias and whatever else was in the category in the day. You know, definitely I've been collecting quite a few models of these
I was about
cars.
to say, you sound like you know what you're talking about there.
Yeah. Well, they're hot rods and they're drag racing, so
Yeah.
they combine two pretty keen interests of mine in one. And I have always liked the Willys coupe.
And he's up against Matt Moore in the Rocket Lane.
There is one for sale up in Queensland, but it's one of these late model ones where they're all stretched and massaged. You know, it's not a bad looking car, but I much prefer this personally, the more stock body shape.
So we've also got reports of kangaroos here this morning as well.
Oh, really? I thought they only came out at night, Adam.
So he's hopping around the shed area down here. So looks like he's gone through to the speedway. So have fun in the dirt, Mr. Kangaroo.
He's just trying to find a bit of sun in the beast, probably.
Yeah, 100%. So just quickly, that previous car went through out of brake failure. So hence it locked up. So I'd rather have it lock up and not work at all. But
yes,
one of the drums wasn't drumming.
Well, I think the Willys went all the way through to the quarter mile finish line
sent
there.
it, mate. 740.
Sent it for sure, and looks like there's some issues there for the Chevy that was in the Rocket Lane.
Making it through to our escape road here, fortunately. If we close that gate. Move on next here. We've got James Bruce over here in the airflow lane in the Gemini. Ken Oath. Don't know who that is, but we'll just act like it's a person.
Well, it's Kennard's, isn't it? That's their slogan at the moment in their advertising.
Is it really?
Yeah. Ken Oath.
Why not?
Pushing a few boundaries, but yeah, that's what they say. It's not. I'm not making it up.
It's like when I was part of the Toy Mods Car Club.
Yes.
And on the forums, you could put your location, like on your profile picture, kind of thing. And one of them put in there, Far Colonel.
Oh yeah. not near but far.
No.
Yeah. Of course, we've got Steve McAuliffe down there in the utility.
Gemini James sending it, finishes, crosses 7:34 with an 8 at 1:02. 6:39 with a 1 at 1:33 from the Rocket.
Yeah, wow, that's big speed from McAuliffe. He's 25 odd mile an hour quicker than anything else that's gone down the racetrack so far. So definitely making the horsepower. I think it will be the key to getting it down to the ground.
As we move down into the Falcon here, T62 Bushy.
Yep, and we've got a little Ford Anglia or a Prefect down there in the Rocket Lane.
So T62 over here in the airflow is Chris Redman in the Falcon Ute.
Oh, the Anglia spinning the wheel pretty hard on the hit. The car does have a little bit of a lean over to the right-hand side, but 054 on the tree did a good job on the reaction time.
Chris takes the win in the airflow lane. 800 with a 4 at 105.
Got our next pair of cars sitting down in the water. Pete Brown down there in the rear engine dragster.
So he's checking in on the track. One of those races reports he saw a part come off his vehicle, so he's just checking.
Not ever what you want to see.
Our race starter Billy has identified something. Gonna go have a quick look, check it out.
He's running.
Billy running.
Billy is running, look.
Oh, he heard us.
So, someone said to me the other day, when we go to Willowbank next year, we've got to stop every 2 hours for a break and a run. And I wrote back, I said, this body doesn't run anywhere. Not anymore. Certainly not in a hurry anyway. So I'm not quite sure what they've spotted there at around the 300-foot mark.
I feel like now is a good chance, more than any chance, mate, to promote next week's
go
event.
for it. Yeah.
All right, guys. Sydney Euro Motor Festival, 28th of June, next Saturday. Grab your tickets, use the QR code, scan it up on the big screen, check it out. Said drag racing, roll racing, show and shine, drifting, trade stands. I've also got some corporate facilities up here in our corporate boxes up here, so there's 2 or 3 available remaining of those. We've got some food trucks, cash prizes, trophies.
Just look at all those sponsors that are backing the event too, Adam.
And that's actually an old copy, Bushy. It's literally doubled. I've just got to upload it because I've been inundated with actually people messaging me really interested in joining us for this event. And as I said, it's grown and I can't keep up with the artwork. So I'll have to update that for you guys. But yes, next weekend, guys, 28th of June. As I just show Bushy how you can see.
Oh wow! Yes.
Yeah. So I've got to put that up on the computer.
Put the new image on the tile.
As all systems go.
Andrew Heinrich down there in the VN Commodore. Trusty old 308 on board in the Commodore. Pete Brown with the big block Chev. This car's done plenty of racing. Probably over the last, I want to say, 15 to 20 years.
Okay.
He's had it for quite some time. Used to run a little motorcycle-powered dragster.
Yes.
Back in the day. Of course, this one usually running around 770s on the full quarter. But let's see what he can do on the 8th mile here today. .033 on the tree.
Track mic's kicking in there at the end.
And a 615 with an 139 miles an hour.
So, another one of our live stream viewers, Bushy, Chuck from California.
Oh, welcome, Chuck. I hope you're enjoying the coverage.
So we move back in. Tirana versus Tirana.
Of course, some of our cars will definitely be unknown to some of our international viewers.
That's actually quite true.
Yeah, they'll go, what?
Yeah, not the Dart.
Not the Dart, no. This is what we call a pair of Holden Tiranas. So they're different models. The LCLJ, the earlier of the two in the rocket lane, which is the right of that camera shot we've got now. And the car on the left in the aeroflow lane. The later of the two, very, very nicely presented cars. Keep your eyes on the front end of the yellow car. That normally will lift the front end and do all sorts of wonderful things. Just carrying the front end nicely for Michael Little. And a 588 with a 7, 117 to a 617 with an 8 at 118 mile an hour. How do you like your blown Tiranas? This one down here for Will Wallace from Glendale. Don't have any particulars on the power plant, but we can definitely see that probably half of it's out of the bonnet at the moment. Just waiting on the Tirana to move into full stage now. Brings that second light on. Big stab at the throttle. 3 counts down and just spins the wheels for the blown Tirana. 069 red on the tree for the Commodore in the aeroflow lane. But runs on through for a 6.32 with a 9. 108. Definitely an unrepresentative pass there for the Tirana in the rocket lane. Next up, we have Scott O'Mealy from Dora Creek, New South Wales, in the Holden Commodore utility. This one running the Holden 355 power plant. Taking on Bill Wallace down there in the VN Commodore. Earlier 1990 model. Of course, our American viewers wouldn't have got Commodores in the US, but they are a GM-based product. More recently, the Monaro is rebadged in the US for the Pontiac. Changed the grille and a couple other things, but essentially the back half of the car is identical to what we have here.
I'm back, Bushy, with 2 keyboards, 2 mouses, 5 screens.
You were doing this last night, like
Starship Enterprise.
I don't know how you do it, because I keep going the wrong mouse when I'm over there. No, not that one. Oh, no, not that one.
No, I just, if we can get the camera angle mouse on a wireless or with a longer cord, it should be nice and dirty. Is that Bill over here in the rocket?
Yeah, left it a little bit early on the tree, but a 634 with a 108 mile an hour at the top end.
So Denny over on YouTube says looks like it's a ripper day for it. It is, but it's kind of cold at the same time, Denny. So we take the good with the bad here.
Check this thing out down in the rocket lane. Terry Clement from Mudgee, all the way from Mudgee, would have been cool out there this morning, I bet. Would have been definitely a minus.
Fresh.
In front, yeah, there would have been a minus in front of the time, in the temperature, I beg your pardon. Of course, Mudgee in the central west of New South Wales. Terry's come to Sydney Dragway before. Pro Charge 540 cube big block in this pretty much street appearing HQ down here. Of course, it's got the parachute on. A little bit of a giveaway. You take the parachute off and maybe hide the intercooler plumbing that's a little bit poking out the bonnet, then you get away with it being a street car. And in the other lane, we've got Trent Smith in the supercharged small block altered. Good to see Trent behind the wheel. Normally behind the start line with either of his 2 girls in modified eliminator and or junior dragster. Very busy guy.
Says here T-bucket. That's a very modified T-bucket.
Yeah. Turtle deck. Trent, no stranger to fast cars. I'd like to see him get a little bit more seat time in this. And just reveal the true potential of the combination. Left nicely with a 206, a little bit of a wiggle, but it is an altered, so that's expected. 536 with a 122 mile an hour. 534 for Clement in the rocket lane. Look at the speed, 137 miles per hour. Next up we have Sean Marr down there in the HB Tirana. He's in the aeroflow lane. Taking on one of the Sargent Roofing Camaros, I think it is, down there. Elisa Sargent. As our track mics are filled with the unmistakable romp of a supercharged power plant.
Said Sean in the Tirana, eagerly awaiting to go in the airflow lane as we just get the wheelie bar situated on the rocket car.
I hope that blown car's got a big fuel tank.
I was about
Is this
to say,
the ute down
the
here?
West End Performance.
Yeah.
So the West End Performance, as we remember Sam Fennick. Oh, two wheels on both of them.
Big wheels up push. Good side-by-side race, but the Camaro will take it 562 with a 127 miles an hour.
We've got Mark, the Ford Anglia Alcapop, taking on Tony Rosati over here with the XC Falcon from Kuma. So Tony rolls up to meet Mark up at the tree. Listen to it.
Yeah.
All right, Taser stage, Mark's his stage. Oh, nice balls there for Mark. Tony coming around though.
Yeah,
Crosses the line.
A little bit more horsepower in the ute in the rocket lane, I think. 557 with a 124 miles an hour. That little Anglia though, it does all right for what it is. 641 with a 110 mile an hour. Not going to be biased there, Adam. That's one of my favourite cars. But let's see another approach to drag racing. This one, the Turbo Windsor, I think it is.
With the shot of Nosh coming out the bottom.
Yep. Oh, big backfire out of the ute in the rocket lane. That must be so unnerving when it does that. Well, I can't hear it running.
I don't know
anymore.
if he's got it started again or... Might have a bit of a moment here.
I was watching a video clip on Insta or Facebook the other day, and
yes.
It was in the US, and cranking and cranking and cranking. It was like for the finals of some race. It was looked like a regional track, and next thing it's something's ignited and just blown the bonnet's gone sky high, and then the guy, everyone on the start line's blocking their ears because it's just obviously the percussion and the sound. And next thing, the bonnet's landed. I don't know how high it would have gone, but it was out of the shot for probably a few seconds.
I was watching the highlights of Six Summer last night, and there was one with like a Perspex intake hat.
Yes.
And they were blowing. It was on the car was on fire, and they're blowing it. And this guy walks up with a banana peel and just throws it through the letterbox, and the bike goes out. And he's like, "You idiot! Now we're gonna get the banana out."
Why would you have?
I don't know. That's what made me remember it, because I was like, why would you throw a banana peel inside the? I was like, okay, mate. The funniest thing I'd seen in a while.
It's probably the last thing I think of throwing into the intake of an engine. I'm sure a car owner really liked the idea of having to peel burnt banana skin out of his intake. But a 620 there for the utility. Came all good on the hit, but Ray Fairfield just cruising on down at the hill. Grant Watt down there in the VL Commodore. Grant's performance.
He looks like he'll be fine. Here he goes.
Check out this thing in the rocket lane, Adam.
Reminds me of the Victor Bray days.
Yeah, this one 55 Chevy, so a little bit earlier than Victor's car, which I don't know if you saw any of the coverage from the winners. Victor.
Yes.
Did some guest commentary for all of the door slammer racing, and
awesome.
He hinted that there might be a comeback.
Really?
On the cards. Now, apparently he's got to convince a few people that he's going to do it, but he does want to get behind the wheel again.
Okay. So you can never get rid of the habit.
No, definitely not. But interesting fact, I did not know that Marie, his late wife, was with him every run that he ever did down the quarter mile while she was with us on Earth.
Wow.
That's pretty scary. That's pretty scary statistic, really, when you think about it. So 41 on the tree for the Chevy. 0.35 for the VL, and then a 558 with the 7. Yep. The big Chevy got the shootout. 127 miles an hour. Currently sitting third in the qualifying list. Brett O'Connor down there in the big block Chev Camaro with the nitrous on board. Taking on Debbie Robb. Big block Ford powered XB Coupe. All the way down from Tamworth. Yeah, so I think having Victor back behind the wheel of a Pro Slammer would definitely, I think...
Imagine the marketing on the comeback tour.
Yes. I think that would be an opportunity not to miss, because it's no secret that Victor has not been well, but he certainly sounded great on the mic, and definitely in touch with what everybody's doing. The passion is still there. As I say, he just needs to convince Ben that he to let him race again. I'm sure that they would have some spares laying around that they could throw together. Of course, times have dropped a little bit since he was last racing, but I'm sure with a little bit of practice and a bit of seat time, they get their head around it pretty quick.
Benny and his bright sneakers. He had on the state champs for the junior dragsters.
Yeah, he was still wearing them at Willowbank as well.
I mean, Mackenzie's, he's been supporting. So, as we go moving on, Cherry over here in the airflow.
006 red for O'Connor, but a nice run for him. 160 mile an hour at the finish line. That car was gone. 108 to the 60. That's the quickest 60 of what we've seen this morning. 450. He is... that
would have been a magic quarter time.
Yeah, it would have been a good run, actually. 0.8 of a second in front of the field at the moment. I think that's Jeffrey Sargent down there in the blown Camaro. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you can find the number on the list.
No pressure bushing.
No. I'm not worried about making a mistake. I just want you to correct me if I'm wrong.
What was it? 7032. It's Jeff Sargent.
Jeffrey Sargent. Yes, Jeff had a very cool almost like a pro street style Top Sportsman Camaro, which last I saw was for sale in my 105. Been driving this car for probably 6 to 12 months now, getting quicker and quicker each time out.
Speaking of my 105, I was looking on the rabbit hole on Thursday
It's a
night.
dangerous website, that one.
Well, my partner of all people pointed out, she goes, "Oh look, there's an ex-John Bow Cat Falcon for sale."
I saw a link on that for
and
Facebook.
I was like, "Why are you showing me that?"
Yeah. Don't tease me, woman.
you tell me I've got too many hobbies, and you point that out.
That's a pretty serious hobby, though, mate.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Sergeant, came up on the launch control. Didn't look happy. Went like the bump box or something. I don't know what's happened there. The utility in the rocket lane just stopped shy of the 60-foot mark.
As we just have a bit of a mechanical error here, Bushy, waiting for the quad to come and retrieve.
Oh, so the Utes had some issues as well.
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay.
Bad news there for Steve Davies, unfortunately.
Tell you what we might do while we remove Steve's car from the start line with the quad. Adam, I'll just throw to a couple of ads from some of our supporters here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
We've been partnered with the team at Packley's for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
As we go back to racing here at Sydney Dragway. HQ taking on the Commodore. Steve Davies in the rocket lane. As the Airflow takes the win there. 6:59 with an 8 at 105 to a 7:31.96. Steve Halliday coming up in the rocket lane. Steve is ready. So we wait for the Commodore to bump in. And Steve takes off. So it might be a comfortable run for him this time. Because line 697 with a 6 at 101 to an 866 at 88 in the Aeroflow. So we're into next pair of Holden Utes, Mark Elborn, all the way from Orimba in the Aeroflow lane. As the VS Commodore on the rocket lane has the N on the back window, signifying nitrous equipped. As Mark takes off, secures it through, crosses over. 791 with a 786 to an 872 with a 7 at 81. As we have an issue here, looks like. And a bit of an issue, look here with Alan. Fortunately, didn't complete the burnout. It looks like some sort of mechanical error as he was proceeding through. So it looks like I have a solo run here for Joseph here in the Cressida MX-73, the 2JZ. Joseph, 698 with a 2 at 100. So, as our officials and crew try to see if we can get this pushed over, that might need some mechanical assistance from the tow vehicle.
All right, the VN away. 5.72 light, 1.8 to the 60. And runs on through for a 7.72 with a 2. Dave McNamara in the Valiant. Unrepresentative 14-second pass. Was a little bit slow to the 60 there, so I'm sure we will see that car improve on its next hit out. Next up, we've got a pretty cool little hot rod down there. Just trying to work out what it is from this angle. It's only got a decent set of tyres on the back of it. Taking on the Falcon over there in the rocket lane. Oh, a lot of axle tramp, wheel spin there for the hot rod. Sorting out the differential, that's for sure. Pretty strong set of wheel marks there from where he left the start line. Runs on through for a 10.60. The Falcon in the other lane. Taking the win. Next up, the Camaro down there in the airflow lane. Taking on the EL in the Rocket. Sounds like that Falcon got the turbocharger on the side of it. 7.45 with a 105 miles an hour to a 9.03, 86 mile an hour for the Camaro. A little bit of a street sleeper there for the Falcon. Next up, Alan Avella in the Ford Capri from Castlereagh. Big cubed Windsor, 450 cubic inches on board this very, very nice green Capri. Taking on Ron Barrett in the XD Falcon. Big block Ford on board for him too. Avella's car not wanting to hook up there. That a little bit of a free rev there as well, which is a bit of a concern. But a 793 with a 495 miles an hour for Barrett. Bella an unrepresentative time. I'm sure we'll see him back a little bit later on today for another hit out. Next up, Joel Lucas in the XF utility. 4-litre Barra on board this car, so had the engine transplant. Taking on the Falcon sedan down there in the airflow lane. Sedan leaving first, but went red. The Barra Ute driving on around will take the win. 7.002, 100 mile an hour to an 8.18 with a 4 at 80 mile an hour for the sedan.
Up next, Falcon versus Commodore. Joe Shelby in the XY Falcon in the rocket lane.
Yeah, very nice car this one for Shelby.
As the Commodore's a bit wonky, looks like he's going to have to reverse up and re-straighten that.
John Marek.
You found him.
I found him. He's just making sure we get the time to find his number on the list here.
7719?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, the Commodore a little bit loose on the hit. Had a good look at the concrete.
Nice close race this one. Commodore takes the win. 7:01 with a 5 at 106 from the Aeroflow. 7:35 with a 5 at 94 from the Rocket.
And that's Brett McNiff down there doing his burnout in the Valiant.
All the way from Warrington Downs. I love when I say all the way from.
Yes, yes. Britain's not too far away at all. Just down the road. Sam Fullerton there in the
VZ.
Holden sedan. A little bit of concern around McNiff's car. A bit of pointing going on as well.
Clean up aisle 3.
Might not have been from him. It might have been from the previous car.
Yep.
Of course, this car done plenty of runs down Sydney Dragway. 67 Valiant.
Definitely a regular here for our state championships as well. Won't go far with the door open.
No. Pushes enough air as it is now.
Has he heard me?
Yes, probably.
I highly doubt it, but I'll say he did.
He might, yes.
As Brett moves into stage, Commodore boxes in.
He's got the Apple CarPlay on YouTube, mate.
Yeah.
Wheel spin and wheels up launch for McNiff. 021 on the tree.
570 with a 5 at 120 from Brett. And in the Commodore, 1027 with a 9 at 45 as he rolls it out.
Yeah, Brett's car seemed to launch pretty nice. Commodore just moving over towards the wall. Of course, if you do think you have a problem, as soon as it's safe to do so, move over to the side of the racing track, so that way we can stop you and have a look and see if there is anything coming from your car, and if not, we'll motion you on, or if you are leaking something, we can localise the cleanup as much as possible. Falcon Ute down there. Haven't seen this one here at Sydney Dragway before.
No, and they've got the Mazda 3 MPS. The mighty Mazda.
We haven't got a T101 that I can see.
So there's Windsor Fisher over here in the Mazda 3.
All right, so Fisher taking on the Ford Utility.
Oh, bit of a slow reaction from both here. Might have some problems here for the Falcon Ute. As the Mazda goes through across the line, 990 with an 8 at 76. And we might need to get the gate ready for Mr. Falcon.
That's not too bad a run there for the Mazda when you consider, like, a junior dragster. A class junior is substantially quicker than that, but they're purpose built to run over the 8th mile, not cruise down the road to grab go to the shops. But the MPS, they were all-wheel drive, I think, weren't they not?
No, front-wheel drive.
Even the MPS, I thought
Yeah,
they were.
the Mazda 6 MPS is all-wheel
okay,
drive, but the Mazda 3 is a front-wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a lot of friends with the Mazda 3 MPSs going through gearboxes because you can do all the engine work, but you're going to do so much with the manual transmissions.
Yes. Here's one for you, Adam. Who we got in the McLaren down
Mr.
here?
McLaren. 750, is it? I'll have a quick look. The McLaren number plate, just in case you weren't aware what it was.
Well, that helped me this morning, I'm not going to lie.
Okay. I was watching, there's a YouTube channel which is called Daily Driven Exotics. And he's got McLaren as his number plate. As the McLaren crosses the line, 650 with a 5 at 115.
And a 7:21 with a 1 for the whole Ute that was in the rocket lane that time around.
As we move on here, we've got 3725 Bull Pit. Good old Ted Bull Pit reference there. So 3715, 3725.
It looks pretty stock except for the reverse hood scoop, the reverse cowl hood scoop.
So Stewart all the way from Menangle Park in the MacArthur region. Taking on Ted Bullpit, as I'm going to call him from now.
His name's Ted.
Is his name Ted?
I don't know.
Oh, we'll call him Ted anyway. That's his
It'd be funny if it was.
Not the Kingswood.
106 reaction time from Ted in the rocket lane.
Not a bad run by him either, but yeah, Ted crossing over 752 with a 2 at 94. Stewart crossing over 762 with a 5 at 92. So, as we move on to engine number 2809. The more I look at these numbers, Bushy, the more confused my eyes get.
Yes, I am the same. he's entered in Transbreak, but...
Might see if we can get some updated numbers and listings here. As he takes off, winds up the boost.
Doesn't sound too happy.
Backs out of it. Didn't seem to be a happy run. Yeah, an 861 on the 8th. It's not that 70 at a 70. So yeah, 861 with a 9 at 73. As Siri on the phone thinks I'm talking to her, but I'm not. Up next.
Yeah, Scott O'Mealy out for another pass. This will be second for the day.
From Dora Creek, New South Wales, at the 355. Nice take off there from the Ute. Scott powering through, takes the 8th. 657 with a 7 at 105.
Yeah, 1.4 to the 60. Just lifting those front wheels, I think.
Not a bad run as we move into our bikes. Two completely notes coming through.
The one opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
The bike in the airflow lanes, I think it was the airflow lane.
It's like one's a little puppy squealing and one's the big German Shepherd.
Growling at you. Adrian Watson down there on the R6 in the airflow lane.
Yeah, Albie Davidson, part of the Digger Motorsport. On the V-twin. As Albie has a bit of a moment there with Suzuki. Adrian with the Yamaha powers through. 702 with a 3 at 105 for the aerofoil lane.
Yeah, Davidson's launch there not quite as smooth as he would have liked. Ran through for... Okay, they're running quarter mile. Interesting. Gareth Wilcox in the Suzuki on the Kawasaki from Cessnock, taking on Peter Strudwick. Strudwick manhandling that destroyer away from the start line. Meanwhile, Wilcox will take the win. Oh no, he didn't. The bike of Strudwick got there first, 984 with a 9, 125 miles an hour to a 1098 with an 8. Only 82 mile an hour for the airflow lane. Travis McClatherty now on the Suzuki GSXR 750. Taking on Sean Close in the rocket lane. light for McClafferty. And McClafferty gets there first, and 11 to 56 with a 7, and no time recorded for Sean Close on that pass. Next up, Joe Curry from South Hurstville on the V-Rod Destroyer, taking on Cheryl Beddoes, also on the V-Rod.
All the way from Alice Lane, Camden. All the way. The V-Rod Destroyer. It's a mean name for a bike. As Cheryl brings it in, we're good to go. 0.62 from Joe and 0.31 but in the red for Cheryl.
And Joe had all sorts of issues on the start line and moved around in order to try and throw him off.
So 7.85 with a 1 to the 8th for Joe at 111.
And 5.92 with a 5 at 117 for Cheryl in the Rocket Lane.
Michael Richards, Suzuki Hayabusa.
He's got himself some new leathers.
Yeah, here on Wednesday night, we were having a chat to him. I said, Michael, I can tell you're a serious racer when you get matching leathers. So, no, it looks, as I said, the presentation of this bike in itself is absolutely amazing. As he puts the head down, gets in position, brings it up to the tree, head down, revs on. And he's off 0.15 reaction time. Not bad, Mr. Richards. Seriously, across the 8th. 5.66 for the 9 at 125.
Good clean pass, 137 to the 60 there.
As we move back into our cars, 841 in the aeroflow lane.
And in the Rocket Lane, we've got Chris Budazamet down there in the VT.
Yep, so Mick Bennett over here from Mudgee in the Holden Tirana. Red there from Zamet, but a bad reaction there from Mick, so both of them might want to write this off. 7.30 with a 6 at 95 for Mix. 7.40 with a 5 at 93 for Mr. Zamet. As the Jeep comes back out versus the Tirana. Rogu over here in the Jeep in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Mr. 42, which is Dave Ludlow.
Yep, Dale Ludlow in the this very nice little Tirana. I think we saw it lift the front wheels on the first run. It was one of the first cars out here.
Those exhaust tips nearly hit the ground. So let's see what the Tirana does. Any three-wheel action coming for the Tirana? Yes, there is.
Oh, lots of wheel speed too.
Backs out of it, powers back on though.
Be careful doing that, because once you carry the momentum, it's hard to stop it if you need to. 8.30 with a 7, 92 mile an hour for Dale in the Rocket Lane.
8.02 with a 4 at 91 from the Jeep. Animal the Mustang in the Rocket Lane. As we look here for 3.064 over here in the aeroflow.
We know the Mustang was Jono Damascus.
Yes. So
I don't know why I remember that, but I do. It's a pretty cool looking car. And I think 3064 is Sam Damascus, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, okay.
You're just agreeing with me.
No, 3064, Sam Nescos. We found it up here. There we go. Jono and Sam.
Good side-by-side race by the pair. 886 with a 1 for the Capri, 108.
Damascus takes the win.
Yes, yes, it makes our job much easier.
Okay.
A lot more general in our calling of the race. And Dave Matasevic down there in the Ford Cortina, taking on Anthony Gattalari in the utility. Big block Chev on board for the utility. Around 7:37 earlier this morning. Cortina is 6:54. Those 3:47 wins are on board for this car. Oh, thousandth in the reaction time.
Nice.
Matasevic with the better 087 to an 088.
So close to extra time, so close in the finishes. 669 with a 2 at 91 from the aeroflow lane.
Yeah, and a
681, is it Bushy for the Rocket?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the time on the bottom. Normally that's the car, the run that's just happened. That's why I was a bit perplexed there. But yeah, it looks like Gattalari went a little bit quicker, but the Cortina a little bit slower. The 8th mile racing, it just makes that leave and that reaction time even that little bit more crucial, because you're only playing with a 200-metre run here, not the traditional 400 metres.
Means we have to commentate quicker too.
Yeah, jam the same information in half the time.
In saying that, Adam Bowers over here in the HQ in the Rocket lane.
Taking on Richard Matasevic in the utility.
As the state champion, looks like he's got the lead on this one. And he finishes through at a 6:42 with a 4:107 from Adam in the Rocket lane.
And a 6:68 with a 7. So Dennis Plasters, I think, with a couple of pedals there. 059 on the tree, runs on through for a 710 with a 497 mile an hour to a 787 with a 491 mile an hour for the Commodore in the Rocket lane.
They were both pedaling it there, Bushy. It was a bit of a cat and mouse there, so maybe too much page up.
Perhaps. I don't know if Dennis's car runs any sort of page up option. It's more turn the screw to lean it out.
Hand out the window. As we move on to the Mighty Falcon over here in the Rocket lane. And we've got 7.285.
Was Manny Candros in the Capri. Leaves with 100 reaction time. 6 thousandths of a second slower than the Falcon in the Rocket lane.
And a good result there.
Yeah, 6:68 with a 499 mile an hour for the Capri.
And a 6:68 with a 2 for the Falcon. The HQ takes off. 0.15 on the red, unfortunately for the HQ, but the Rocket Lane swings around. Rocket Lane, 653 with a 9 to a 676 with a 1. Up next, Sammy Joe over here in the VY. Taking on the VE Ute in the Aeroflow lane. Up next from Dialed In Racing, Brian Addising in the rocket lane, taking on Eden Abella, Ellis Turbo Ute. These two are no strangers to each other or to the drag racing scene.
No, every Wednesday night, pretty much, they're
That's
doing
it.
battle.
These two are absolute rocket ships. Nice run for Brian out of the 60 foot. I don't know if Eden's going to get around. He does. 681 with a 1 at 112 from Eden in the Aeroflow.
Yeah, being turbo, he's making his power at the top end of the racetrack and just started to bring it on there. I think it was a good 10 mile an hour over Brian's car in the rocket lane.
As we move into the next pair of Dialed In Racing, Corey Stutchbury, VXSS from Dialed In Racing. As Corey takes off, 0.60 reaction time from Corey. 1.5 on the 60 foot turns into a 673 with a 6 at 102 from Corey.
And an 812 with a 687 mile an hour. Racer in the Aeroflow lane. Next up's Donald Baird down there in the Aeroflow lane.
Some more familiar faces coming through.
Taking on Craig Warren down there in the Sydney Scrap Steel Holden Tirana.
Versus Don Baird over here in the VE. I've got a correction to make here.
Have you?
Once Craig finishes his win here. Remember before I thought this was a St George vehicle? And it says now it says Go Swans. So now I'm...
Oh. It's the wrong code.
It's all right.
It's all right.
It might be both. We don't assume.
Well, you can read that. I can't.
So yeah, as I said, Go Swans in the back window as we go for Doug Bennett. Definitely not in the Tirana, but in the T-Rock.
I think that's Nicholas Bennett down there in the Gemini.
Monahan in the Swan supporting T-Rock.
Correction. Tick. Done.
Tick, yes.
Forgiveness, maybe.
I might need to clip it and prove it to him. I did fix myself, Owen. I apologise.
Next up, Bill Hatsey down there in the utility. It's a bit of a sleeper for a big block Chev, according to our data on the computer. 454. Although, I think this is a 350 because it's not a sedan. It's a HQ Ute.
Okay.
Or HZ, something like that. I'm pretty sure it's only a small one.
Yes, okay. The action time winner on Wednesday nights is a .181 today with a 1.9 at the 60 and converts it to an 862 with a 6 at 81 from Bill in the Aeroflow.
And the Varillas Falcon at 949 with a 9.
As Matt Moore does his tough burnout in the Chev in the Aeroflow. Against that's not a Celica.
No,
I'm telling you that for
the
sure.
wrong number there, I think.
So, as we look for unfortunately, we don't have any information for the Statesman. So,
Big Chevy smashing through the gears down there. We can hear on the track mics.
Matty looking like going for the action there. And at 1.9, 60 foot turns into a 903 with a 9 at 77 and the Aeroflow. As we move up now, Andrew Barbara over here in the aeroflow lane. Taking on John Kerr in the rocket lane. As our restarter gets Andrew to restart in the tree, takes off, might be a good off footing, but unfortunately that is how it rolls. As John goes through, takes the win. 691 with a 0 at 100 from the rocket lane.
And a 757 with an 8, 90 mile an hour in the aeroflow. John Buttersill down there in the Ford Cougar.
Yep, taking on Andrew Kemp over here in the Mustang. So these cars have run a couple of, I think they ran together last time as well. So good to see some good pairings having some fun.
Nice launch for the Cougar. 059 on the tree. 165 to the 60.
Adrian's still chasing it, but unfortunately is second place today. 796 for the 0 at 94 from the aeroflow. Andrew. As Mr. Willies comes back out against Doris the Morris with Mum's tablecloth on the roof.
Yeah, she probably doesn't want it back now though.
No. So as the Willies gets into stage. 0.67 reaction time for the Willies, 1.5 on the 60, crosses over into the 8th at a 7.09 with an 8 at 96 from the aeroflow, an 8.67 at 78 from the rocket. Up next, Phil Moore and the Chev in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Casey Johnson, hot 351. These are vintage gases, mate. They're definitely not comparable to these modern cars. I said you've got the old patina, we'll call it.
Just saving weight, mate. That's all.
That's it.
Saving weight.
As the boot opens up on Phil's car. There we go. Active arrow activated.
Yeah.
DRS.
Once it's reached 60 mile an hour.
DRS from Phil over in the aeroflow lane as he comes through.
The car just got a fair bit lighter looking at the amount of debris it's dropped on the start line with dust.
Bit of air brake.
Yeah.
As Rick Cardasano in the Squire.
Now let's hope that he's freed the brake up. That was his issue that he had before, one of the wheels locking on. Now I did think that I saw the nitrous bottle in the back there. I didn't notice the bottle on the first run, but it definitely left the start line running a little bit rich on fuel. In beside Michael Bennett in the Chevy pickup. Let's see if he can lift those front wheels once again. Got a pretty serious set of wheelie bars on the back of it.
Rick with a bit of a nitrous spray for the Woody. No pun intended. Oh, Bennett.
Bennett, 149 to the 60. 625 with a 9, 112 miles an hour.
And an 813 with a 7 at 85 from the Woody. As the Gemini with the, look at the tailpipes at the back of this one, Bushy.
Yeah, built to do a couple of different things. I think Howie Davidson brought that up when he was out here in the the Gemini was out here a couple of weeks ago at the Aeroflow race for real.
James Bruce over here in the Gemini in the Aeroflow lane.
And the Ford Anglia, a pilot in the Rocket lane.
That's Sean McPherson.
Getting a lot better launch this time around for McPherson. 7:09 with a 96 miles an hour through the finish line.
As Chris Redman in the Falcon Ute comes up next. So Chris, another one of our regulars here as we look across onto the Rocket lane. Entry number 7028.
Lisa Sargent, I think.
I'll take your word for it, mate. I'll go with it. 7028. There we go.
All right, both races into full stage now. 3 counts down. The Camaro over towards the wall for Sargent, but stays in the power and runs a 5.13 with a 9, 136 miles an hour. Not a bad pass there for the Camaro.
Here's one of your favourite cars.
Yeah, Mark Inn's little 48 Anglia pickup. Small block Chevy on board.
Taking on the parachuted Holden Ute.
Yeah, Steve McAuliffe down there in the Rocket lane. He was one of the quickest cars for a little bit until Brett O'Connor came out and said, "Kapow!" Caught my 450.
Did say pew pew?
Good one. I'll get you back for that later, don't you worry.
Okay, Pop takes the 8, takes the win.
And a 6:37 with a 3 at 111 mile an hour for Mark Int. And Steve McAuliffe, a 6:02 with a 3, 135 mile an hour. Unfortunately, Adam, I don't know if you're aware, that car that started that little interact with us officials is no longer with us, unfortunately.
Yes.
Blew a tyre down at the bend and, yeah, went home a little bit bent than when it went down, unfortunately.
This thing sounds like a burnout car.
It does have that sort of idle, doesn't it?
So he's got kangaroos having a bit of a hop along.
He's actually on the racing surface.
Yeah, see you later. I've done my bit.
Yeah, you missed a bit. All right, Tirana and Will Wallace are trying the Aeroflow lane this time around.
And one of our regulars from Wednesday night over here into 7:55 in the Tirana over here on the Rocket lane.
Carolyn Hayes, my memory serves me correct. Very, very nice Tirana. Because Mark Hayes running that big cube nitrous car, very similar to the one in the airflow lane, in its stance.
Oh, lights it up. Backs out of it. Bit too happy for Will.
And Carolyn, a 6.14 with a 119 miles an hour. A little bit quicker than the previous pass that she laid down earlier this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we have Bill Wallace down there in the aeroflow lane. Holden VN Commodore, 400 cubes of Chevy power plant on board. Taking on Sean Parsons from Wallachia, not too far away from City Dragway. And Holden Utility, 500 cubed WB Utility. That's why I went 124 mile an hour with a 5.9 earlier.
That'll do it. VN coming through, just takes the win there. 650 with a 2 at 108 from the aeroflow Bill. Sean, 581 with a 4. We move back on here. Debbie Robb, XB Coupe. Tony with a bit of a stuttering burnout here.
I think it dropped out of gear actually. You went for the shift and then stopped.
Right.
But that's all rear tyre on that pickup there. 408 cubes of supercharged goodness. Went 557 earlier today. Rob, a big block Ford, 532 cubic inches.
As we have a car stranded on the return road, looks like here on the Tirana, the burnout Tirana, I like to call it.
I dare say because he's rattled the tyres, I dare say he's driven partial on the way back and then stopped.
You had to go through the gate on the way through, but great action time from W065. 1.3 at the 60-foot converts to a 587 with a 9 at 119 for Debbie in the aeroflow. Tony in the rocket lane, 557 with an 8 at 125.
Next up, we'll see Peter Brown and Terry Clement doing their second qualifier. Clement with this very tough big block Chev.
The BBC.
Yeah, the BBC. I think it's the Pro Charge BBC. Went 137 miles an hour earlier today. Pushing a little bit of air. Got the reverse cow scoop going on. Take the parachute off it. Raise the bonnet a little bit and it's dead stop. Peter Brown showering us with rocks in his dragster off the back tyres.
Totally didn't scare me. I totally didn't.
You were like, crikey, what was that?
You're like, whoa. Oh no, Steve's down.
Beats crew just spotting something there at the back of the car.
Yep.
Giving the thumbs up, I guess. We'll wait and see what happens. That big HQ from Mudgee will be charging. Not too much speed difference in this. Only about 2 mile an hour according to the qualifying times from before.
So it could be a close finish, this one.
Brown away good to the 60-foot, 116.
Brown powers through, takes win 489 with a 5 at 144.
And all I heard out of that run was the HQ. I didn't hear the dragster at all.
So just looking at one of our blown vehicles coming through in the aeroflow lane.
Jeffrey Sargent.
Gives it a hit. Sean Mayer. As the team help line him up. Both of them staged. Oh, 027 reaction time from Sean in the rocket lane.
Yeah, left nicely. Sargent was up on the two-step and rolled probably one tyre away from the start line and then went into tyre smoke.
Sean absolutely dominated that run. 581 with a 4 at 117. Puts him in 11th place for the day.
Next up, we've got Grant Watt down there in the VL Commodore for Grant's performance.
There's another, looks like another blown coming through. 6026.
That just sounds angry, doesn't it? Someone would.
As angry as this timing sheet is. There we go. Supercharged Outlaw. What a hit.
There we go, Paul Wood. There's nothing quite wrong with my memory just yet.
No, you still
It's something I'm interested in.
anything with a wood to nitrous, easy to remember.
Yeah, Paul probably running this car for, I want to say about 12 months, that I recall, but getting better each time he comes out, more confidence. And definitely sounds pretty angry.
It's got
started just noticing something down there. Meanwhile, Watt's moving up into full stage. A little bit of fume coming out of the car there. I don't know.
There's just vapored horsepower, bushy.
It's just, yeah, sweating horsepower.
It's the pony's trying to get out.
You know, the problem is though, once the smoke and the adjusting the wheelie bars now. Grant waiting patiently in the rocket lane.
wheel spin. Fortunately, got the red and got a bad hit off the mark here. Rocket Lane goes through. 5:57 with a 7 at 1:23.
Yeah, uncharacteristic run there for the Wood machine.
Yeah. We'll move into Trent Smith.
Yeah. Let's see what he can do. And 5:36 with a 1 on his first pass. Taking on Ray Fairfield down there in the Falcon.
Stout burnout for Trent in the blown tea bucket.
Must have stopped right next to one of our track mics there.
As you do.
Yeah.
Means the students have been placed well.
Just getting me full of this.
As the Falcon gets himself ready to rock and roll, as Trent brings himself up. Crew just lining up on the marks. Try and go over his rubber. Both of them locked and loaded. 0.62 reaction time from Trent. Converts it to 1.1 on the 60-foot to a 4.94 with a 6 at 1.39.
Yeah, wow, good pass there for Trent and Fairfield. 4.71 with a 3, 1.63 through the top end.
Team seem pretty happy with that one, Bushy, from Trent.
Yeah, wow, that was a good pass from both sides.
So we've got the Commodore Ute, Scott O'Malley from Dora Creek. So we're just going to get these vehicles reversed back. We've got reports of oil down the end of the track. We just need to get that taken care of with our tractors and crew. So unfortunately Trent looks like he's had an oil spill from his last run now. So hopefully it's nothing too major we can clean up. So in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, while we do our spill fix here, might cross over to some ads from our sponsors and be back with you guys shortly.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannon's.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Sydney Dragway. Just got a couple of announcements. If you're on the big screen, it means you might be in a little bit of trouble, but just here we've got an announcement.
Just hear us out. We've been asked to get a number of cars moved from one of the car parks down there. So if you, there's six odd cars and number plates I'm about to read out. If you own one of these vehicles and you don't want your vehicle locked in its position where it is, I suggest that you go and move it. If you own a white Hilux with the number plate F for Freddy, M for Mother, V for Victor, 44U for Umbrella, a silver Kia with the number plate E for Elephant, Z for Zebra, V for Victor, 05R for Robert, could you please move it, with a grey Land Cruiser with the number plate F for Freddy, P for Peter, S for Stephen, 89J for July. If you own a white Rodeo with the number plates F for Freddy, T for Thomas, J for John, 24E for Elephant, a white Commodore Ute with the number plate JAK, J for Jack, A for Apple, K for Kelly, 27E for Elephant. Or if you own a white MUX with the number plate JW, J for John, W for White, 2169. Could you go and move your car, please?
So in other words, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the big screen right now, we've probably just announced your vehicle. It's probably halfway on a tilt tray. So if you can see the big screen.
The tilt tray's on its way, we'll put it that way.
So as I said, if you're on the big screen, we're just trying to get your attention, ask you to move your vehicles. Looks like one of them's hurt us.
So I'll just run through those cars and number plates again. A white Toyota Hilux with the number plates F for Freddy, M for Mercury, V for Victor, 44U for Umbrella. Silver Kia with the number plates E for Elephant, Z for Zebra, V for Victor, 05R for Robert. A grey Land Cruiser with the number plates F for Freddy, P for Peter, S for Stephen, 89J for July. A white Rodeo with the number plate F for Freddy, T for Thomas, J for John, 24E for Elephant. A white Commodore Ute with the number plates J for John, A for Apple, K for Kelly, 27E for Elephant. And a white MUX with the number plates J for John, W for White, 2169. Could you go and move your vehicles, please? And almost on cue, we can now hear a fire up down there in the water box. It's Scott O'Malley back and have another crack at the burnout.
Tell you what, Bushy, imagine having your number plate called out there, 8,000 people online. Awkward.
A little bit awkward.
As Scott O'Malley comes back to the box, going to give the guys a second chance for their burnout. I said we did have a bit of a clean-up we needed to do down the bottom end of the track. Scott, all the way from Dora Creek in the 355 powered Holden Ute. Up against our engine number 6060 of Brett O'Connor.
He's our quickest down the racetrack so far today with a 4.50 at 160.69. Thank you very much.
So I didn't know whether that was coming from your brain or you read
it. No. This bit did. I was trying to think of the speed. Another really good launch. 001 on the tree for O'Connor. That thing is on fire. 110 with a 7 to the 60, 452 with a 9, 158 mile an hour. So a little bit slower on both speed and ET, but nice reaction time. 001.
Looks like I had the same problem again for the HQ Ute. Big bang. I guess it must be rich on the hit or something.
I don't know. It went pretty good. 620 at 107.
Yeah.
And that's Chris Russell down there in the pickup, taking on David Hutchin in the Ford T-Bucket. Small block Ford. I don't think we saw the T-Bucket out earlier today. This is his first pass.
No, we've seen the other one, but not this one.
Oh, the car of the utility of Chris not happy. He's going to pull over this time, I think. But Dave Hutchins, he's gone right the way out the back door. 590, 116 through the finish line.
Yeah, unfortunately, slow run here from the HQ.
Yeah, Chris Russell, unfortunately, I think got away with it with the first pass, but maybe not so lucky this time around. Hang on, I've got Grant Watt in this car too, unless somebody else is driving.
Maybe he ran back quick.
Maybe somebody else is driving the other car. My apologies if I've got that wrong. The big Chevy down there in the rocket lane went 5.56 with a 4.
That was awkward. When we were in the car, his pants got caught in the door and nearly pulled his pants down.
I saw one a footage the other day. It's something you know when your mates are. He's standing on the side of the road, obviously busting, and he's got the door open to give some privacy. The driver puts it in reverse.
Oh, that knocks him off. 6.2 reaction time here from the rocket lane. Turns into a 5.50 with a 1 at 128. Grant coming over with a 6.10 with a 2, 127.
Yeah, that Chevy doing very well there. Alan Vella in the Ford Capri, now for his second run. Let's see what he can do. The first run not representative of what that car is capable of.
We were talking about earlier about the whole six summer coverage over in the Florida at the moment. The police pulled over one of the vehicles and had no headlights, no windows, and no taillights. And the guy pulls him over and goes, "Oh, you failed to indicate," and gave him a warning, and obviously didn't look at the rest of the vehicle. But as we move over here, one of our regulars from our Wednesday night meets with the Falcon, taking on Weapon 333, 6393. Which is Andrew Natoli.
I think that's Mark Elborn down there in the rocket lane.
Is that not Ziggy? Oh, no,
Nope.
might be wrong.
No.
Oh, shut up, Adam. No worry.
Well,
No, I'm wrong. I got my 6 and my 0s back
yeah,
the front.
yes, I did the same thing. Damn dyslexia. It's a bit of a worry when all I do is deal with numbers.
I was about to say. What do you do for work again?
Yeah, no. Don't worry about that.
So I talk rubbish, so I'm allowed to do it.
yeah, that's exactly. Touche, good one. Yeah.
So, 2 tough Holdens head to head. Oh, 105 reaction time here from Mark Elburn, but unfortunately it looks like the Commodore will take the win with this. So 1.4 in the 60, converting it to a 631 with a 3 at 109 to a 788 with a 2 at 87.
How nice is this little Tirana down here, Adam? Check it out in the rocket lane.
Nice and clean. Tell you what, I'm liking this hot rod.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the driver in the hot rod gets a better launch this time around. He did struggle a little bit with, went into wheel spin and almost like axle hop. So, Steve Halliday in the Tirana.
T100, unfortunately, haven't got any information on Bushy.
I haven't got a T100 on my list. Looking very fat with those big guards and the tyres. Holiday in that very, very nice little Tirana. A little bit cleaner on the launch for the pickup this time. I think there was a pedal there though. Still a 679 with a 6, 109 miles an hour. And Holiday in the Tirana. Clean pass for him also. Next up, John Marek in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Steve Davies down there in the HQ. Marek's run as quick as a 7:01. Davies a 7:30. Nice light for the Aeroflow lane. 0.53 on the tree. Leads from start to finish 689 with a 0, 100.6. To a 713 with an 8 at 96 miles an hour.
Bit of a patinaed Commodore.
It's been polished a few times, that one, I think.
Is that what it is?
Maybe.
It's gone through the clear.
Maybe it's gone through the clear.
Hopefully it doesn't leak when it rains.
It's either polished too much or not enough.
That's it.
Either or. Or over towards the center line.
Commodore, mate, goes to the right, goes to the left, runs it down the middle, still takes the win. 669 with a 3 at 107.
And McNamara in the Valiant. 700 with an 8.
So you got the nitrous in the Commodore here in the Aeroflow lane, and when I looked in the rocket lane, I saw the canister in the tray, and I thought, oh yeah, another one. And no, that's just a fire extinguisher.
You got all excited. We were having nitrous
like
on nitrous.
Nitrous kings. So as we move on, Commodore versus Falcon. Oh, what a hit by the Falcon.
Yeah.
Joel Lucas
No messing about.
turns his 1.760 foot into a 7.03 with a 7 at 101 to an 8.75 at 79.
Pretty consistent there. Went 7.002 on his first run. So, yeah, nice and consistent for the utility.
As Joseph comes out, the 2J Casita 321 Sia on the number plate. I used to have one of these, Bushy.
How much of a sleeper is it?
I said I had one of these with a 2J Evan Risto and had a Greg Norman, you know, the shark.
Yes.
Had one of his golf hats in the back parcel
Oh,
shop.
the white straw
Yeah,
hats.
yeah. One of those in the tissue box. So used to, you know.
Yeah. Little did everybody know they were glued to the parcel shop, so they stayed there.
Yeah, that's what. Totally didn't go down to like Redwood Park at 2 a.m. in the morning just for a casual drive. As the Casita crosses line, turns his 1.560 foot into a 690 with a 1 at 101 from Joseph.
And Selby there, a 727 with a 2.
We got St Mary's engines in the rocket lane.
All right, Brett McNiff taking on a VL down there in the
Aeroflow, sorry.
Aeroflow lane.
As long as we've got his details here.
Must have been a day entry because the T numbers on my list don't go up that high. T103. Oh. David. Oh, big wheels up line for McNiff. Nice, 074 in the tree, carried the front end, 1, 2, 3 to the 60.
Eyes to the sky, back to the ground. 564 with a 3.121. Tell you what, he was in rocket mode.
Yeah.
Speaking about rocket mode, we've got the McLaren versus Ted Bullpit in the Kingswood.
McLaren probably doing a little bit of testing for next week, Adam.
Yes, Sydney Euromo Festival, 20th of June.
It's a very easy segue to throw in there, isn't it? Like just...
Yes. Get to the Sydney Euromo Festival.
Yeah.
As the McLaren takes on the Kingswood. 693 with a 113. Ted Bullpit, 742 with a 2 at 96.
VN Commodore down there going through the burnout procedure.
T69.
Sam Pegas.
There we go. T71.
And Mitch Smith down there in the utility.
Nice launch there from the VN. 0.4 reaction time. Unfortunately, the VY does go around him. VY takes the win. 643 with a 3 at 112 to an 801 with a 9 at 67.
It's very unassuming from that utility
No.
to run a 640, 112.
Michael Walker over here in the rocket lane in the Falcon. Just check the bonnet. We don't want that coming up.
No.
We've had a couple of boot air brakes, but the bonnet air brake ain't the best.
This is a little bit more consequential.
That's, yeah.
And Jared McCudden in the airflow lane. I think this car in the rocket is boosted. I could hear something on the track mics before. Definitely one of them is. I can hear it spooling
I think
up.
the Falcon's turbo, but actually I think the white one's the might beat my words here. 724 with a 3 at 102, 773 with a 6 from the rocket. As the mighty Mazda takes on the Trans Am. Turbocharged Mazda 3 MPS from Windsor Fisher.
And And that's Michael Hatsey down there in the Camaro.
What, is that Bill's?
Must be. It wouldn't be a fast stretch, only that they're all into muscle cars, so, you know.
So Hatsey converts a win. 8.17 with a 1 at 88 to a 10.45 with a 5 at 76. So we move into our bikes.
Just before we start our bikes, we've halved the list of cars that needed to be moved. Adam, we still need the white Hilux with the number plate F for Freddie, M for Michael, V for Victor, 4 for U for Umbrella. The silver Kia with the number plates E for Elephant, Z for Zebra, V for Victor, O, 5, R for Robert, and the white MUX with the number plates J for John, W for White, 2169. We need those vehicles moved, please. Adrian Watson down there in the rocket lane. Screaming 600.
6.39 with a 2 from the airflow lane at 121 to a 6.96 with a 3 at 106. As they come up next,
Did come up before. It is Michael Riches down there in the rocket lane.
Sean Close in the airflow. Good reaction there from Michael. 046 on the tree. 1.3 on the 60, converts it to a 5.43 with a 5 at 129.
Yeah, 8th mile racing, the reaction time is absolutely critical, as is that first 60 feet. Next up we have Joe Curry in the aeroflow lane, taking on Cheryl Beddoes in the rocket. Joe's launch on the first run, Adam, was less than ideal.
The Destroyer.
Yep. Didn't want the rider on its back, I don't think. Said, what are you doing here? Joe calling on all of his experience to stay on.
So Graham on the line asking if this is a quarter mile thousand. Actually 8th, Graham. Let's do some 8th miles today. Oh, Cheryl, jeez.
Big red light for Beddoes. 0.05 ran for Curry, but a 5.73, 122 to a 5.70 at 119 for Beddoes. Not much in those two, that's for sure.
So move on to our next pair. Peter Strudrick from Kendall.
And Albie Davidson down there in the aeroflow lane. Team Digger.
On another Destroyer, the V-Twin. Oh, 0.78 reaction time from the aeroflow lane. Converts his 1.960 foot into a 7.46 with a 1 at 98.
To a 7.20 at 109 for Strudwick in the rocket lane there.
So we move into our last bike here on the solo.
And it's Travis McClatherty. Travis lining up in the right-hand side of the tyre marks left by our four-wheel competitors. Lots of RPM on it.
Yeah, just make sure it was running.
Yeah.
1.860 foot, converts it to a 690 with a 4 at 108. As we look at the tunnel, Looks like we've got just one last quick hit coming through. Might be a blown vehicle. From
Yeah, look like a blown Corvette. I don't think I've seen this car. Certainly in this paint scheme. Looked really, really nice in the morning sun here at Sydney Dragway.
Looked good on the photos. Look at the air. Oh, wow. Beautiful car. Look at the airbrushing inside the vehicle as well, Bushy.
Oh, I'm not that tall. Oh, yes, up on the wheel tubs.
So, quick pro mod hit looks like.
Just while they've got a little bit of silence before they fire it into life. As I said, we had 3 of those cars left down at the parking bay that needed to be moved. They're white Hilux with the number plate F for Freddy, M for Mercury, V for Victor, 44, U for Umbrella. The silver Kia with the number plate E for Elephant, Z for Zebra, V for Victor, 05R for Robert, and the white MUX with the number plate J for John, W for white, 2169. If you're the owner of any of 3 of those vehicles, we need it moved, please.
All right. There it comes. The pro mod.
How good does that gold look in the sun?
Lots of flake in it too. I think the good thing about a good hit means your runner's going to run all the way up, try and catch you to come back.
Shane McCure in the Chevy Corvette. Sounds like it's gone silent.
What's in the trans brake class, is he?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's definitely not a hybrid.
No.
Is it? Try to solo push back. Come on, lads. Let the Whippix kick in. There we go. That's a daily workout done. Unfortunately, might have to pull the pin because they're going to bring it back all the way here for the starter motor, don't they? Technically. So probably, fortunately, won't be a run right now. As they grab the starter box and the tomato sauce. I'm definitely, yeah, I heard barbecue's more spicy if it starts. That's just a little bit of fuel in the squirter bottle. Got the bat box, got the starter. Wax it on. Imagine this kind of service you had to break down on the motorway. Crew speaking to the driver. Look, go. How about now? Nah, no good. Fortunately, all efforts were made, but unfortunately won't be able to get this one started. Hopefully nothing too terminal. As we have a short delay, don't forget next Saturday, Sydney Euro Motor Festival, 20th of June. We're going to have roll racing, drag racing, show and shine, trophies. If you're into your high-performance European cars or your classics, they're all going to be here. Gates open from 11, racing from 1. So if you have a vehicle you want to come, bring it down to the show and shine, chance to win some cash and some trophies. We've got the $1,000 Roll Racing Elimination Shootout, proudly presented by Precision Racing. And we might just have a quick ad break, cut to some ads, and we'll come back shortly with some more live action.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speed Flow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speed Flow.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
This incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
All right, joining me on the microphone, John Summerarch. How are you doing, John?
Hello, Bushy. What's going on?
Oh, you know, just up here trying to commentate the action here today. We're not too far away from moving into the first round of Chicago Shootout, I believe, for some of our classes here this morning. Of course, today all running on the 8th mile format, Chicago Shootout, so the cars will win points for each round that they win, and then race control will tell us who are the highest points winners and or closest to dial-ins. I assume that's how they're working it out to determine the finalists a little bit later on this afternoon.
Sounds good, mate.
Yeah.
I was just passing by and called in and
we roped you in for a little bit of work.
Roped in for some dribble.
Yeah, nice. Nice.
What have I missed?
Well, we've seen some pretty good runs from some of the quicker cars.
Did Trent Smith? have his
Yes,
alternate in?
he's done a couple of good runs.
Oh, good.
I can't remember the times, but I think the crew definitely were pretty pumped on the ETs that it ran. Looked to be a clean pass and fairly straight for a supercharged altered.
Yep.
The Brett O'Connor car, the quickest so far that we've seen, with a 450, I think it was, 169 mile an hour. So
normally a 6-second car.
Yeah. So definitely a good clean pass. We are definitely moving in to our first of our
Chicago
shootouts. We've got Adam Bowers and Eden Abella down there on the start line. Bowers dialed in with a 642 in the aeroflow lane. Abella with a 682. Now we know that car of Abella's definitely has a big top end charge, but on the 8th mile doesn't get to take advantage of that because it's only just getting wound up at that point. So Abella to lead first with an 0.23. He scored the win. Bowers leaving too soon, John.
0.21 red for Adam.
Yeah, and so Abella will score the round points. 684 with a 6.
Nice package on a 682.
Yeah.
And a 23 light.
Definitely for a turbocharged car, that's for sure. Next up, we've got Chris Buddha-Zammit and Jono Danaskis down there in the Ford Mustang.
Nice looking Mustang.
Yeah, all the Danaskis cars are pretty neat, though.
Okay, yep.
But this one dialed in with a 685 in the rocket lane. But Buddha-Zammit in the aeroflow lane dialed in with a 736. So he will leave the start line first by around half a second. The Mustang will have to wait patiently. We can hear the revs building for Danaskis.
Buddha with a 177 light and Danaskis on a 050 light.
And Danaskis takes the win, 686 with a 195 mile an hour. Uncharacteristically slow there for Buddha. And we have very nice little purple HQ down there dialed in with a 675. Taking on Sam Danaskis down there in the Ford Capri. 655 the dial in, so 0.2 of a head start will go to the HQ.
HQ gets away with a 228 light and Danaskis with a 161 light.
So a little bit up the sleeve for the Capri and will take the win. 662 with a 2 on a 655. And the crew pretty pumped about that.
Next we got some Red Commodore versus Red Commodore.
And that's Rodney Balgowan down there in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Troy McQuillan. In the rocket lane, McQuillan dialed in with an 820. 763 for Balgowan. So the rocket lane to lead first. Away with an 052. Got a bunch up his sleeve.
Plenty against that 234.
Yeah, 1.8 of a second. Oh, John
Breaks
went too
out.
fast. Went too fast. By a long way. 784 with a 2 on an 820.
Way too fast.
He was out in front, but nevertheless, the win going back to Balgowan in the aeroflow lane. That's what we call a breakout. Stops people sandbagging and saying that the car will run slower than what it can actually do.
It's the great equaliser in Dolly-Roan.
That it is. Next up, we've got Brian Addis-Singh and Anthony Gadalari down there. Addis-Singh, 684 dial in the VH Commodore. And Gadalari with a 680. So we're not going to pick this one on the tree. They're going to come down pretty much together. It will probably be who gets the best reaction time. We'll probably see the W in their lane. Oh, Addis-Singh gave away a bunch on the start line. Gadalari's car left very cleanly with an 032 and will take the win.
682 on a 680. Very nice.
Gets there first and takes the win. Addis-Singh pushed a little bit too hard trying to make that gap up on the start line.
And broke out.
It's the key with 8th mile racing, isn't it, John? It's all in the reaction time and leaving the start line cleanly.
Yeah, not much margin for error on the 8th.
No. Next up we have Nicholas Bennett, I think it was, in the Tirana, taking on Sammy Joe Johnson down there in the Rocket Lane. Sammy Joe dialed in with a 696.
A little bit of a gas purge out of Sammy Joe's car.
Yes, well that car's recently been fitted with nitrous, probably only 3 months ago or thereabouts, maybe a little bit longer ago.
59 light for Sammy Joe. And she breaks out.
That she does. The little Tirana takes the win, gets there first by 400ths. 733 with a 792 mile an hour on a 730.
Sammy Joe ran way off.
Dennis Blass is down there now in the Falcon. Dialed in with a 762. Sorry, a 672.
Dyslexic.
Yes, I'm sure I'm getting that
I get it all the time.
And a 674 down there for Stutchbury in the VT.
A few regulars here, eh?
Yeah, the day definitely grown in numbers from the first one that I remember being involved in.
Yeah, it's a good concept, this.
It sure is. 050 on the tree for Plassis, chasing down an 010 for Stutchbury. Stutchbury got there first, but were too fast.
Under 667 on a 674. I noticed the all the numbers on the readout boards are working now.
Yeah, I noticed them last night. We had the roll drag, so
Okay.
I don't know when they got fitted, whether they were for last week or this week's Aeroflow race for real, or in between that and the previous one. But
You didn't work the street meet?
no, I was unwell, John. I was unwell. Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel Holden Tirana, dialed in with a 650.
Says Craig's in the Commodore on our screen, but obviously it's not.
And Warwick Go down there in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 790. He will lead the start line by a fair margin. Warren will have to chase him down. Yeah, 006 for the Jeep. Warren with an 060. He's got a little bit of work to do at the top end. He doesn't get there.
Oh, that's a bit of an upset.
Yeah, definitely. Warwick Go takes the win points. All right. Manny Kendros down there in the Ford Capri, dialed in with a 670. Taking on Rodney de Groot. Down there in the Falcon. Also dialed in with a 670, so heads up on the start line. De Groot with a much better reaction time. 010 on the tree.
To a 164, much better. And takes the win with a 6710 on a 670.
Yeah, he got there by 3/10 in the end, so running a lot closer to the dial-in as well. Next up we have Dale Ludlow down there in the Tirana hatchback, dialed in with a 689. Taking on Zig Zilakowski in the utility, dialed in with a 716.
Three wheels pushy.
Yeah, lifting that left front once again. 055 on the tree for the Tirana. 030 for the utility. The Ute runs closer to the dial-in. And on the right side, the Tirana under the dial-in went too fast, breaking out, handing the win back to the utility.
I love dial-in racing. It's good stuff.
Well, it's a very good equaliser. Oh, the two brothers doing battle now. We've got Dave Matasevic down there in the Cortina, dialed in with a 670. Going heads up with Richard Matasevic in the utility for Modern Style Kitchens down there. These two have raced each other just a few times. I don't know what the score is. I'm sure one of them would have kept a tally somewhere.
I put my money on Matasevic, I reckon.
Good one. In the Ford?
Yeah, yes. Even better.
Yeah. I see what you're doing. Don't get any splitters sitting on the fence, mate. 082.
Cherry.
2 green for Richard in the Ute. It's going to take the win. 681 with a 3, 99 mile an hour.
And a 682 with a 785 from Dave.
Dave chased the light there with 004 red.
As we look like we might be doing a solo here.
Yeah, Luke Tex Griffiths. That's because he's in a different category, that's why.
So he's got number 1 on there. Can't be hard to find number 1, but apparently it might be.
There's Luke Tex Griffiths. 654 the dial in.
Oh, 3 wheels there from Tex.
Yeah, just lifting that left front. 023 on the tree.
So 1.4 reaction time there, from 1.4 60 foot from him there, and turned into a 654 with a 6 at 105.
All right, we're moving into our first round of Street Fighter.
As the Mighty Swan takes on the Falcon, T50.
As Owen
Monahan,
yep, I'll go with that. Taking on Christopher Verlis down there in the rocket lane.
So. Very close dial-ins here. It's set through 9:30 to 9:49. So as they cross the line, a 9:50 from the Falcon, 9:32 from the T-Rock. As we move into the next pair, T15. I'm not too sure we have the Statesman on record, unfortunately. Versus T51. I believe I saw a 51 Bushy. T51, Don Baird.
Yeah, Don Baird's in the rocket lane. I think that's could be a Zara. Zara,
Okay.
I think. Apologies if I'm wrong. I don't have anything on our entry list.
018 reaction time
15.
from the Statesman. Unfortunately, a red 028 from the VE, handing the Statesman the win. But the Statesman broke out as well, so good one for the judge. He had a 10-10 dial and got a 10-08.
Yeah, but it's first or worst in this case, and the first was Baird leaving the red light, so he won. The race was won by the Statesman unless the Statesman crosses the centre line or touches the wall. Then that's determined to be worse, and therefore then the result is reversed.
Okay. So I'm glad one of us know what's going on. I just see stuff and get excited.
That's all right.
And then go, was I meant to be excited? All right, Gemini versus the Ute.
Nick Bennett down there in the aeroflow lane.
The Gemini. What a gem on the number plate. Very close, as dialed in should be.
Gets there first, but hands the win back to Bill Hatsey.
Had a dial of 850 and had an 847, so hands the win to Bill. 865 with a 3 on an 862 dial in. As John Kerr comes back out in the rocket lane versus John.
All right, moving into vintage gas now. Johnny Kerr leaving the start line. A little bit of wheel spin, I think, there. Dialed in with a 690. The Cougar chasing down the Comet, but not going to catch him. Johnny Kerr takes the win with a 698 with a 794 mile an hour. got there by 2/10, so it's a fairly convincing win in the end.
So this is vintage gas, Bushy.
Correct.
Sorry I had to bail out on you, but I had to.
All good. We've got to do.
Answer
We've
my
got to
phone.
do what we got to do, my friend.
I notice that's Rick Cardizano in the left lane in the Falcon wagon with a bit of gas on it. Rick hasn't raced for ages.
Yeah, no, he came out this morning and the first pass was a little bit smoky. It looked like it had a, I think the report was, had a locked brake or something.
Oh,
rather.
okay.
But he's come out the second round and run something a little bit more representative, I'm sure, of what he would like. Pretty cool looking jigger down there. Got the nitrous bottle positioned in the middle of the cargo bay at the back.
It's cool as a Rick styled an 8.0.
And just trying to find the... I know he's on here. Oh, the Falcon in the rocket lane leaving the red line with 017, too quick. And that is Casey Johnson.
Rick breaks out with a 7.99 with a 2, but doesn't matter because of the red light. Little bit squirmy, Rick's car there.
All right, moving into our next pair. Michael Bennett down there in the Chevy pickup.
Dialed at 620.
Taking on Matt Moore in the Chevy.
Then the Hood Rat. That's dialed at 90. Big head start.
Yeah, well, nearly 3 seconds
Over the
head start.
Over the 8th, Mick's going to have to be patient.
Yeah, the Chev, I think, will be, what, 200 feet roughly?
Yeah, you'd think so. So who blinks?
More into stage. Bennett now into full stage.
133 light for the Hood Rat. 146.
Not too much in it. Mick wanting
A
to
little bit left turn.
get close to that
Oh.
wall. And drives around, gets him with a 650.
Takes the win. Nice work.
Yeah, the Hood Rat running a little bit slow there. 966 on a 9 flat.
Yeah, ran a fair bit off. A bit of a left turn for Mick's car when it left the start line.
Yeah, the previous 2 passes have been dead straight. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, who knows?
All right.
Next, Doris the Morris. Love this car.
That's Kevin Landry.
In the Bear Mental FC.
Driven by Andrew Barbera. Good to see a nice field of vintage gases here today.
15 or 16 on Bushy?
Could count them.
Okay, sorry.
Good guess. 15.
Okay.
15.
And Bear Mental takes the win. 785 on a 780. Pretty decent.
I can't say I've seen this Willys Coupe down here before, John, at Sydney
No, I
Dragway,
haven't
but
seen
I
it.
quite like it.
I heard a few of the Melbourne boys were coming up. Maybe it's a Melbourne car. Possibly. I can't be sure of that. The Mustang's from Melbourne too, I believe.
Yeah, well, I don't have any...
We have no information up here on our
any info
screens.
in the Willys, but the Mustang driven by Adrian Kemp,
Okay.
which we've seen that here
Yeah,
at Sydney Dragway
definitely from Melbourne,
many times before.
Victoria. And he's a sweet Willie.
Camp leaving with a 215, the Willys with a 197. Sounded like there was a couple of pedals in there on the leave. And a 714 with a 4 for the Willys to take the... which would be that number there. So you just waited until I finished counting. Yeah, okay. I know how it works now. You knew that all along. How
I
silly
looked at the sheet when I walked in.
How silly I was.
All fun, Stephen.
All right, the VL going on a solo there. And the next pair up, we'll have James Bruce in the purple Gemini down there in the Aeroflow lane. Strong burnout there, taking on
664 dial in for Jim.
Chris Redman in the Falcon Utility.
And a 660 dial in.
That's a nice colour green on that Falcon.
Yeah, I don't mind
Falcon actually. I don't know if it's a factory colour, but it looks really nice in the sun. 136 to a 201. Gemini out in front. I don't think that Falcon's going to catch him. Stayed within the dial in as well, John. 666 with a 7 on a 664.
Good job.
Yeah. The Falcon running a little bit further away from the dial in, but there wasn't much interaction time either.
Nice little angler in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, must be an early one because it hasn't got the boot.
Yeah.
So like a 37 or something like that. I think
I didn't see the front of it.
It hasn't got any front sheet metal on it,
Oh,
so
okay.
it could well be a prefect. But I'm
There you
fairly
go.
certain that early anglers didn't have a boot.
Small Ford expert you are.
Oh, well.
699 dial in for the prefect angler.
And a 790 for Heinrich in the VN. A 799 with a 1. Not good enough. The prefect will take the win. 069 on the tree. I think that's where that one was won.
Yep, definitely.
It's about a 10th across the finish line. This one's definitely an Anglia pickup. It's Mark in small box Chev on board, dialed in with a 635.
Really sweet little car.
I would give that garage space in a heartbeat if given the chance.
Wouldn't kick it out of the shed?
No, yeah, the bank balance might say otherwise, but I'm sure I could make it work. 585 dial in for Steve McAuliffe down there in the Maloo Ute. He's dialed in with a 585, so he's going to give
Steve's the shift right guy.
Yes, exactly
Does the
right.
transmissions.
Half a second head start to the little Anglia.
Tarny on the tree. Double breakout.
Oh, and the Anglia takes it anyway. Goes under by least margin of victory, 0.4 of a second, 5:30. McAuliffe was half a second under John.
He missed the dial there.
That
I don't
he
think
did,
you're
but,
too upset with that running that fast, so.
It's one of those things. It's bittersweet. If it's feeling good, you're going to stay in it, right?
That's it. Next we got Tony Rosati in this 74 Falcon. You can't call it a ute because it's got a tray on it, 1 tonner, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, well, it's more tyre than anything.
Yeah. Tony's dialed a 557, supercharged 408 cube.
And I saw it was think you had it. 599 dial in for the Tirana, the ute over towards the wall, having a little bit of a wander
Goes
around.
under.
The Tirana under by about 0.04 of a second, handing the win back to Rosati in the utility. Next up, we'll have Lisa Sargent in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 510. Taking on Ray Fairfield, dialed in with a 465.
Plenty of tough races in this.
Yeah.
Ray puts his top light on. Just waiting on Lisa. A little bit of a wheelie bar adjustment there.
Yeah, Fairfield's going to have to be on his game on the start line here. That Sargent car's going to leave the start line. And
does the turbo bump go red? Lisa gets away with a
red light.
Red light 010. Unfortunate.
Unfortunately, no time recorded for Fairfield. That looked like a good pass.
No, not when you roll the beams.
No.
512 on a 510 for Lisa.
I wonder what happened to her Nova that she had, the flat black one.
I'm not sure.
I never saw it for sale. I know that Jeff's other Camaro was.
Nah. They may still have it.
All right, our next pair waiting patiently in the water, and that is Sean Marr and Peter Brown.
Can it get any tougher than this?
Oh no, we've got two races with a vast number of runs under their belt.
And both won heaps.
Yep, in their respective categories. Marr normally in Super Sedan, Pete Brown normally in a Modified Eliminator.
This is pretty cool. Mixing it up. Probably not as prone to spin as a door car.
No. That's what I'm saying, that the track condition probably plays a little bit more into the dragster, especially with the more modern chassis where they're actually like all sprung now, but very rare to get what they call a hardtail dragster nowadays.
Yeah,
They've all got 4 links or some form of shock spring combination.
I can't remember if Brownies has got shocks in it or not. No shocks.
I can't. Yeah.
Thank
you, Nathan.
Thank you, Nathan.
He's had that car for quite some time now.
Yeah. Yep. Does that mean he's old?
Experienced.
Experienced. That's the word. Well aged. I know he's not as old as Vegas.
Well, you'll get a nice little signal in a minute.
Just got the thumbs up.
He wasn't talking to you, just quietly. All right, both cars rumble into life. We've got Pete Brown in the dragster, Rocket Lane. He's going to be chasing down Sean Marr's little HB in the airflow lane.
581 dial for Sean and 488 for Peter. This will be a tough race.
Yep, 2 guys at the top of their game.
Good on a tree and good at the other end. That's what you want. You want to race the hard guys.
Well, I mean, today there's no knockout. It's Chicago shootout.
Yep.
For a number of rounds, and then we're going to have to tally points and get the calculator out to see who's closest to dial-in package, however they're doing it. And
out of my pay grade.
Yeah.
Both guys in. Sean gets away with a double 09.
Yeah, 012 on the tree for Brown. Will be anybody's race at the finish line. Marr takes it. Brown got there first, John, but went too quick. 486 with a 1 on a 488.
And 581 with a 6 on a 581 for Sean.
So total
double 09 like.
Total package there for Sean. 15th hour.
Yeah. Wow. That's why we call him tough. Sean Parsons in the WB Ute in the Rocket Lane. Sean dialed the 580 and the 557 in the airplane lane. 037 light for Watt. Has a little womp at the end and stays on the right side. Takes the win. Having a little look under Brett O'Connor's car.
He had a rag or something there.
Yeah, Scott O'Mealy in the Rocket Lane has dialed a 650. And Brett in airplay lane has dialed a 4.49.
Do you reckon that's the ute that used to run across the road?
Hillman's one?
Yeah.
I don't think so, because that was tubbed. But it's possible. It's got that similar look about it.
It does. That sort of pro street, you know, but I mean, we're home working off memories from a fair while ago.
Yeah, 20, 30 years ago. Have to go have a look in the pits and ask him.
I think O'Malley's going to have his work cut out. Connor has had that thing on rails so far this morning. Probably just put the curse on him, but you know,
Yeah.
it is what it is. Used to that by
He
now.
would be top qualifier, wouldn't he?
Oh, by a long
Brett?
way. By a long way.
Okay.
4.50 with a 0.
Yep.
169 mile an hour.
Goodness, that's fast over the 8th.
I'd be nervous running out on the quarter then, let on the 8th.
Gus got frozen away with a red light. Brett goes red as well, but it doesn't matter.
1 to the 60, runs 4.57 with a 5, 158 mile an hour on his 4.49. Seems like we've got a couple of David and Goliath battles right now.
Yeah, some big differences in dialing.
Yeah, we've got Jeff Sargent down there in the Chevy Camaro, normally running in supercharged Outlaws, dialed in with a 420.
This is still Transbrake.
I believe so, yeah.
Yep.
Just trying to think whether Jeff got a clean pass. You know, his first one, he rolled the beam.
Okay.
But looking at the dial in, 4.2 seconds to the 8th mile is what he's picking. David Hutchin in the T bucket with the small block 4, dialed in with a 5.88.
David's had that bucket for a long time.
Yes. That's not the old... who's the guy with the egg there? I'm trying to think of his name. Flat black one.
Got me.
Unos.
Oh, okay.
Not the old Unos car.
Not sure, Steve. I don't think so.
I'm not
Dave's-
trying to throw you.
No, it's all good, man. I'm pretty sure Dave's had that forever.
The old school, isn't it, with the big wide rear axle?
Those 77 lines
Yeah,
for
nothing
David.
wrong with that.
Oh, smokes and tyres.
Pretty much on the hit there for Sargent. T-Bucket takes a scalp.
Don't have to be the fastest car in Die Your Own.
No, we saw plenty of upsets at the recent Winter Nationals too.
Yeah.
I know, there was definitely some popular ones there with people that just, you know, I think highlighted the Dare to Dream hashtag, you know what I mean? Like they're just giving it a crack and managed to pip the favourites in many categories as well, which was great to see.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have wanted to been a beer can in some of the pits on Sunday night. The second time today, Adam gets showered with rocks up here in the commentary rocks.
You knew it hit the window, eh?
There's Trent Smith down there in the airflow lane.
490 as a dial in, and Bill Wallace in the Rocket Lane with a 630 with a Commodore. A big weight for Trent. That looks like Tommy Rako down here on the start line.
It is Tommy Rako. Just
Zach Palm, look, there must be a problem because Zach's pushing it back. Oh, what a pity.
Yeah, I saw that across the throat. Yeah. Universal.
Doesn't look like there's no fluid.
Adam's got the radio in his ear. Apparently there's a little bit of oil down there.
Oh, is there?
So
Okay.
Must be a very fine line.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, hard to see from up here, eh?
that's a shame for Trent and the team, but they will have an opportunity to come back a little bit later on.
That's the good part about Chicago Shootout. You get another crack. Bill takes the freebie.
There's the dial in, a 629 with a 3 on a 630.
Adjust that for the next one.
Yep.
Next we have Terry Clement in the Rocket Lane in this Holden HQ with a 540 Cube Chev.
Yeah. It's a bit of a weapon, this thing. Went 137 miles an hour or
Gee.
something the other day. It has got a cage and everything in it, and parachute on the back, but it's got, I think, Pro Charge 540Q big block in it.
Boy.
Not a massive tyre under it either, just quietly.
And Mick Little down from Forbes in his Tirana, small block Chev. Mick's a very tough racer.
All right, just waiting on Mick Little to move into stage. He's got the pre-stage light on now. Moving forward. The second amber drops in. Gonna race Little to lead first. Just bobs the front end up.
And 36 for Mick and 193 for Terry.
Yeah, the HQ, a little bit too much work to do. And, yeah, Little to take the win. Next up, we've got Debbie Robb down there. All right, looks like Rob's got the solo at this point. Oh no, the second car's being motioned forward. Don't have any details on this one. I quite like the stance of it. 55 Chevy.
Sarah's car. Sarah Glass.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Pete Glass's wife.
Oh, okay, yes. That's the name, all right.
Yeah, nitrous, big block. Against Debbie. Two female racers. Both good.
So Glass he's going to be waiting nearly 4/10 of a second.
Sarah fairly new in this car. I don't think she's done a ton of laps in it.
All the runs that she's done this morning, I think she's done pretty well.
Oh, nice. Okay.
028 red, but Rob went 003 red first, handing the win to the 55. 55 going under the dial in marginally, but the win light already given to her. Got there by 0.02 of a second. Margin across the finish line. Rob also going under the dial in. 583 with a 2 on a 586. Yeah, that Turbo Falcon going through its burnout procedure. .720 the dial in for the Falcon in the aeroflow lane. Jared McCudden taking on Mark Elborn in the Ute. Falcon leaving too soon by 12 thousandths of a second. Elborn with the instant win. 053 on the tree. And runs through on a 791 with a 5 on a 788. The Falcon going 703 with a 3 on a 720.
I'm going to take my leave, Steve. I'm going to go have a stroll around the pits.
Okay, all right. Well, if you find anything interesting out, be sure to come up.
Wander on back up.
Yep. Sam Pegas now in the Holden Commodore, taking on Tony Napoli in the hot rod. Napoli dialed into the 660. And it looks like Sam Pegas will take the win. 834 with a 3 on a 780. Dave McNamara. And Steve Holiday. Holiday down there in the little Tirana, dialed in with a 6.80. We'll be chasing McNamara in the Valiant. First 177 reaction time. 352 for Holiday in the Tirana. I don't think he's going to catch the Valiant down there. 719 with a 497 mile an hour will take the win. Next up we have John Marek in the Commodore down there, taking on
7719 Bushy.
Michael Walker.
There we go.
In the EL Falcon. Sharing steering, right?
No, you just do all of it. I'm good.
Well, the problem is if I do that, I can't read it. So this should be a good one. 680 the dial in for the Commodore, 740 the dial in for the Falcon. Well, the Falcon has given away
he must be sleeping there.
day and a half on the start line. That's not going to make that up in 200 metres, that's for sure. And the Commodore takes the win.
And he still broke out,
yes,
even while sleeping.
Yeah, by nearly 2/10, a bit over 2/10 of a second. Wasn't enough to make up the gap on the start line.
As we move on here, Mazda 3 MPS.
Windsor, someone. Windsor
Fisher.
Yep. And racer 6393, dialed in with a 631 in the Rocket Lane.
As the Mazda's like, I know I can, nah, sorry mate. 638 with a 2 from the Rocket Lane to a 997 with a 5 at 76.
There's a 25 mile an hour closing speed there.
That's got to hurt, mate.
Quite a bit. A little bit difficult to pick the finish on the gap on the finish line, but it is what it is. Our next pair, dialed in with an 8 flat. We've got that Falcon down there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yep, the GT Pursuit. Haley Vella.
And taking on Joel Lucas down there in the XF Utility, dialed in with a 698. So the Falcon Ute waiting a whole second to leave the start line. Giving away a little bit on the reaction time, but I think experience might bring the win here. No, Haley takes the win, 811 with a 4 and an 80. Joel Lucas a 710 on a 698.
Dear, oh dear.
As I said, sharing's caring.
Oh dear. Hello to Jack here, all the way from Mendel Beach in Darwin, watching live on YouTube. As we move into T74, which is Michael Hatsey. I thought that was Michael, but I don't want to say it. And 102, which was one of my handwritten ones here, Jeff Bennett.
Oh wow! So there's 3 Bennetts racing here today. The Gemini, the Tirana, and the Commodore down there on the start line.
The Benethon. As Hutsey takes off, Bennett in the chase. Bennett freight trains through 668 at 104 to an 848 with a 9 at 88.
Yeah, there was no lifting there. That was.
He was on. Yes, he was on the freight train.
All right, Joseph Selby down there in the Falcon with the big HZ, I think it is. T78.
Steve Davies.
Steve Davies dialed in with a 706.
Joe and Steve. Looks like Steve might have this one. Joe might a little bit slow off 9.5, half a second. So I said Steve takes the win. 716 with a 1 at 96. Joe with a 730 with a 5 at 95. Brett McNiff, your lane, Bushy.
Yeah, dialed in with a 565, taking on racer T70.
Cooper Bennett.
Cooper Bennett. So there's another.
Oh, God.
That's 4. It's nearly enough for a whole category of their own. McNiff running for St Mary's Engines. The Valiant Hardtop. 565 will be doing the chasing. He'll have to get into full stage. Bennett's already in. McNiff in there now. Bennett away with a 3-2-3 light. McNiff waiting patiently. 097 wheels up. Would have been a good shot for that photographer down there on the burnout pad. McNiff takes the win. 572 with a 2 on a 565. 107 mile an hour. Got there by a convincing amount at the end. I think some issues for Bennett. A 959 with a 4.
Up next to the Crusader, we've got Joseph, the 2J MX-73, taking on Ethan Hurst in the Commodore. Nothing like the sound of a 2J, but you don't expect to hear it coming out of Crusader.
Well, I mean, there's been some pretty quick Crusaders with 2Js in them in the past, but I love just how they maintain the external body and it's just stock looking.
Yeah, Greg Norman had in the back window, mate.
Yep.
As Joseph fires through, freight trains around, but just breaks out, so hands the win back to Ethan. 867 at 89, 688 at 95 for Joseph.
He went an 88 with a 2 on a 90. Dead Bull Pit now.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if he's got a real name.
It'd be funny if it was Ted.
If it was Ted all along. Now,
3725.
logically, these numbers would be all together in the same class, wouldn't they?
You'd think so.
Well, you comment on Ted. I'll find out his real name.
028 on the tree for Bull Pit. Of course, that wagon got a fair margin on the start line. And a 747 with an 8 on a 740. 95 mile an hour to take the win.
Yeah, it looks like he's still going to be Ted.
Okay. Sure, he's been called worse.
Yes. Like what? No. Sorry. All right. T77, Sam Fullerton says here, but I don't know if that's not right. So.
D71 we want.
Yeah, Adams Isaac, McLaren 720S versus 71. Mitch Smith, VUSS. All right.
Smith dialed in with a 636. He's actually giving the head start to the McLaren.
Yeah. So Adams dialed in here. He dialed in with a 680, but he did a 670, so he's handed the win back. So it's a McLaren 670 with a 6 at 114, and the Aeroflow at a 662 with a 2 at 93. Some great audio coming there from our track mics. Sean Close in the Aeroflow lane from Muswellbrook.
Just a quick shout out to a friend of mine from work, Chris Jones, watching at home on the live stream. Just commenting, saying that he's enjoying the action here from Sydney Dragway.
Hearing your wonderful voice 7 days a week.
Oh, I don't work. I work for the same company, but I don't share an office with him or a role. So yes. Oh, 005 on the tree in the rocket lane.
Yeah, that's Adrian Watson there, Bushy, taking the win.
No, he didn't take it. He
broke
went
out,
too quick.
He?
He went too quick. 786 with an 8 on a 7 flat.
Hands it back to Sean. As up next, Gareth Wilcox in the Aeroflow lane.
Dialed in with a 620.
Yep, up against Joe Curry in the Destroyer in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, Curry dialed in with a 570, so half a second head start going to the bike in the aeroflow lane.
That'll feel like eternity.
Yes, would.
Like, get ready to go, but don't go yet.
Well, Wilcox is going to be halfway under the 60 foot. Or not. Bit of a wheel spin, uneasy on the start line. Curry 039 light and will take the win. Goes a 6.16 with a 7, 101 miles an hour through the finish line. Takes the win convincingly by about half a second.
Yeah, 7.09 with a 1 at 1:16 from the aeroflow. As we go into one of the Digger Motorsport entrants.
Yeah, Albie Davidson down there in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 745. Taking on Peter Strudwick down there in the rocket lane. Dialed in with a 615. Strudwick, I think, sticking with that lane on each of his passes so far today.
Tell you what, Bushy, 615 to a 745. Oh, mate.
Oh, not much in it. Strudwick over towards the centre of the racetrack. You can see the bike black tracking.
I broke out.
Oh, he got there first by 200ths of a second, but too fast. 614 with a 6 on a... oh, wow. On a 615, and Davidson a 753, I think it was.
Yes, it was, mate.
Takes the win.
As we move on to Cheryl Bedode. She's apparently racing Travis McClelvey.
Drive in with a 570, Cheryl. 640 for Travis in the rocket lane. Travis away with an 078. Cheryl a little bit sleepy for her standards. Listen to that Harley scream, trying to make the gap up, but not enough. A 654 with a 9 on a 640 to take the win.
So move on to our last bike here. Michael Riches with the colour matched leathers.
You're going to love pointing that out, aren't you?
Oh, mate.
They are very bright, so they must only be brand new.
We had a good laugh on Wednesday night. It's like, oh, you must be pro now. Doesn't show. All right, here he goes. He's dialed in a 541. Oh, 097 reaction time turns into 1.3 60 foot and crosses the line. A 540 with an 8 at 129. So just a smidge too quick, but as I said, if you can't get that much closer than that, mate.
No, and that bike getting quicker and quicker all the time. So as he gets a little bit more comfortable.
Yep. So we've got a solo pro mod here.
Yep. Came out a little bit earlier, but the car stalled at the end of the burnout. It's probably under foot brake. Or
Sean
trans brake.
McHugh?
Yep, that's it. Sorry, trans brake. Chevy Corvette.
The BBC.
Yep.
Big block Chev. Don't be confused at home. Oh, he's gone. Oh, no, he's all right. He was just testing us.
Yes, testing our nerve. Testing his cruise nerve too, I'm sure.
Obviously, that's not his racing line.
No, don't want to follow that one off the leave.
He switched it off. Hopefully not the same issue.
All right, he'll get the pushback. Whether he'll get the opportunity to restart, we'll soon find out.
As they roll it back. Quick reference here, Bushy. Next weekend, Sydney Euro Motor Festival. I said, if you haven't got your tickets, grab your tickets, scan that QR code at the top of your screen. 20th of June, Royal Racing, Drag Racing, Show and Shine, trade stands, drifting, corp facilities, food trucks, cash prizes. Going to be an awesome event from what I've heard. Proudly sponsored by Precision Racing and Expel. And Baba's Milk is also our drag racing title sponsor. So they've got a Bubba's Milk choice for the drag racing competition, as we wheel Sean's vehicle back here. Shane McCoo in the Corvette.
What's Bubba's Milk about?
So Bubba's Milk is basically, it's a chocolate milk in a can. It's actually really good. I'm glad you've asked, because I've actually
just trying to inform our viewers and our listeners.
So having a look here. So this is it's basically chocolate milk. It's Croatian style chocolate milk. And she and her mother started a company that said Bubba's Milk, as loved by Carl Sanderlands.
Well, there's a pretty good endorsement.
I'll have to get some up to you next weekend.
Yes, please.
You will. Yeah, it's actually good because it's long life too, but you wouldn't know
because it's in a can as well.
But it's it's like
what flavours do you know? Is it
chocolate?
Chocolate
and chocolate.
Okay, I was thrown. I would have thought pink can. I would have thought strawberry. But
No. Yeah, but it's a
okay.
Leper is a very good friend, excellent sponsor. Barack on Wheels, she's also bringing her food truck, so if you're into your Barack, she'll be here up with the food truck on the weekend.
Sounds like I'm going to be going home a little bit heavier than when I turn up.
Mate, you're going to have lots of multicultural inputs.
Yes.
Goslame, Thai, Croatian.
I'll have a couple of lunches by the sound
of it. That's it, mate.
All right, just trying to get Shane's car fired back into life.
Shane, ready to go again. Let's see what happens. Oh, what a hit. All four wheels.
Bounced, when it came off the throttle, bounced off those big tyres, went straight up on the wheelie bar.
The wheelie bar was anything holding on the ground.
Yep, a little bit of work to do, but you've got to come out, and the only way you're going to learn is to try.
Almost like a good day to do a test.
Yeah, definitely.
Hopefully Jess and Nadine got some excellent shots down there. Yep, thumbs up, approved. Have a look at you Facebook guys, Bend on Drags, have a look on Facebook, check them out. So, Bend on Drags, Mad Car Media. Make sure you follow your socials if you're into your burnouts and into your Wednesday nights. as our next pair coming through the tunnel. Can't quite see what they are. One of them definitely looks like a Tirana. As Lee, one of our starters down the line here. The Mustang, the animal. Oh my God, that's a Tirana, it's a Capri. I'm in trouble. It's what maybe it identifies, you know, like I identify as a refrigerator. So Sam Danaskos. So Sam and Jono. Danaskos versus Danaskos. One of them will take the win. Forward versus forward. Danaskos versus Danaskos. So I might just say cheekily, oh, Danaskos in the forward takes the win. And Danaskos does take the win, cheekily. He broke out, they handed it over. 683 with a 1 at 94 for the win to a 650 with a breakout. At least the Danaskos got a win. That counts. Family relatives here with hands in the air. Bit of confusion on what happened there. Track Hawk out next. Warwick in the Track Hawk. Unfortunately loses out here to the Holden. 708 with a 5 at 87 to 838 with a 7 at 91. There's camera operator Sammy Joe down there. Nice burnout there from Ziggy. As we have a look here. 8. Rodney. So Rodney and Ziggy out here on the line. Dialed in with a 718 in the Rocket. 777 in the Aeroflow. Oh, Rodney, you got a hit. Ziggy coming around. Could be close. Oh, wow. 784 with a 1 to a 723 with a 6. Ziggy taking it there. Both at 93. Up next, Dennis in the Ford XY. Mr. Richard here in the Ute. Mr. Marika Savic. $681 in the Aeroflow, 676 in the Rocket. Absolutely nothing in it. So Richard might take that one. No, he broke out. Oh, hands the win back over. 699 with a 4 at 99 to 678 at 100. As Rodney de Groot comes out in the XE, taking on Tex in the Rocket. Tex Griffiths over here in the Plymouth Sunlight. Making Rodney wait for it. Oh, Rodney taking off. Tex coming around. Will he take it? He will. It looks like as I said, unfortunately, Rodney did break out red. Hence, Tex the win. 6.55 with one at 105 for Tex. And Rodney's 6.79 at 103. Eden Bella and the Turbo Commodore. Eden taking the win there. 700 with a 6 at 93 to a 731 with a 7 at 96. As we've got Lucas Jessup coming through in the Statesman versus Bill Hatsey. One of our reaction time winners from the Wednesday night race for reals on Wednesday nights. Took home some cash recently. Bill with the 862 dial in, Lucas with the 1007. So we'll see Lucas and the Statesman take off first with about 1.5 seconds. As Bill jumped it by 0.02. Hands the win to Lucas. Okay, up next in the FG Falcon. Dial in of 9:49. Takes off 0.159 reaction time, turns into a 2.26 60 foot, converts it over the 8th, crosses over 9:54 with a 5 at 74. He'll be very happy with that one. As Matt Moore comes out in the 55 Chev. Taking on Andrew in the 57 FE. So Matt over here in the 55 Chev has a dial in of 9 seconds. Andrew's got a dial in of 7.8. Oh, red light. Unfortunately, hands over the win. Andrew Barbara. Andrew Barbara crossing over 794 with a 387. Unfortunately, the 914 broke out and these 9 didn't dial in. Red light on the start as we hand over to the next one. John Budicel taking on Michael Bennett. $6.79 for John in the Aeroflow, $6.20 for Bennett in the Rocket. John takes off the clip, Bennett takes on the chase. Is Bennett going to freight train him? Oh, nearly, but just not close enough. John taking the win. 680 with a 7 at 101 to 638 with a 5 at 110. As Doris the Morris comes out against John Kerr. Kevin in the Morris. John in the Mercury. Kevin's takes off. John's in the chase. And he does go around and he takes it 693 with a 1 at 95 to 874 with a 2 at 77. As the Willies comes out of Damien Kemp. Taking on Rick Cadasano in the Squire. Squire versus Woody. Woody with a 7.9 dial in. Willies with a 7.05. Oh, three-wheel action from the Squire. Willies on the chase. Looks like he might go around here. Hopefully he doesn't break out. He doesn't break out. He takes it as a win. 7.06 with a 7 at 97. 8.44 with a 2 at 80. As Casey Johnson comes out in the 67 Falcon, hot 351 on the plate. Dialed in with a 780. Casey Johnson takes off. 0.25 reaction time, turns it to 1.8 with 60, converts it down onto the 8th. 787 with an 8 at 89. As the Ford Anglia comes back out. Taking on Terry Clement. HQ, Big Block Chev. Mark End in the Anglia. Mark's dialed in a 630. Terry's dialed in a 520. Terry all the way from Mudgee. Small block versus big block.
Small car versus big car.
That's it. Be more fun the other way though. Imagine an Anglia with a big block in it.
Yeah, well, it's been done before. They put Hemis in these things.
Mate, you could move the throttle body with your foot.
Over the top of it. No throttle body. Direct.
It looks like he does take the win there. 6:37 with 8, 111. Terry crossing over with a 5:29 with a 5 at 140.
Andrew Heidenreich down there in the van, Commodore. 795 the dial in. Taking on Steve McCutliff.
That's it. Holden Ute Ellis Turbo. Steve's dialed in a 530. Andrew's dialed in a 795. Andrew will take off first. Looks like it might be a beam error here with, I don't know if he's jumped it.
No, left before the third amber.
Yeah.
Just, obviously, I think coming up on boost, trying to hold it on the trans brake and or let it go too soon. Left before third amber.
I just was trying to talk to me and I'm like, I'm not a Labia. All right, Sean Parsons in the WB Ute. As we quickly refer to our notes for, is this Carolyn?
Yes.
It is Carolyn. So we know the cars, just don't know the drivers,
Yeah.
Bushy. Especially
Well,
dialed in racing.
We kind of know them, I just don't want to get them wrong, so we try and just confirm.
At the dialed in racing, I just see who's either filming or standing next to it and do a process
that
of
eliminates
elimination.
2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
At least. Yeah.
So Sean dialed in with the 580. Carolyn 590. Oh, nice reaction there. Carolyn with a 1.3 to the 60 foot converts it to a 592 with a 119 for the win. Sean 627 with a 5 at 127. As we move up here, Sean McPherson in the Ford Perfect. The Perfect Ford?
Prefect.
Oh, okay. With an LS1?
Yes.
Okay. Chris Redmond, the XH Barra Turbo. So the Barra Turbo Ute, the LS Prefect. What's it? Perfect? I can't. That's gonna kill me. It's a perfect Prefect. Either way, took the win.
Takes the win, goes 7.03 with a 3 on a 6.99. Quite convincingly by over half a second.
Tony Brown up next in the Dragster. Big block Chev. Going on Tony Rosati in the 74XC. Dialed in with a 557.
And a 485 in the airflow lane for Pete Brown in the Dragster. All right, Brown completed the burnout procedure. Rosati just about to move into stage, although the starter just asking them to prop for a second.
Oh, what a launch there for Tony. He had to back out of it.
Well, I did carry that front wheel, but meanwhile, Pete Brown, 0.55 on the tree, runs straight down the center of the lane, and a 5.07 with a 2 takes it quite convincingly because the Falcon Ute had to get out of the throttle there.
Scott O'Malley from Dora Creek in the 94 Holden Ute, 355. Bill Wallace from Cessnock in the VN. Scotty's dialed in with a 650 in the Aeroflow. Bill's dialed in with a 625 in the Rocket. Don't forget, guys, Bent on Drags on Facebook page, Mad Car Media on Facebook. If you want to have a quick look at these photos at the end of the day on social media. Scott and Bill lock themselves in.
080 on the tree.
Scott's on the lead here, Bushy.
Yeah.
08 reaction time helped him get out and out. He freight trains it through, takes the win. 6:55 with an 8 at 106 to a 6:43 with an 8 at 110. That was a good one, Bushy. Nice, straight, fun.
It was a good race. It was about 2/10 across the finish line. Well, this is going to be a little bit David and Goliath. We've got Trent Smith in the blown injected small block powered altered, taking on Jim Bruce in the Holden Gemini over there in the Rocket Lane. The Gemini dialed him with a 664.
It's definitely not a HQ Gemini, I can tell you that for sure.
And the altered of Smith dialed him with a 490.
Trying the boys get him lined up, ready to go up against Jim Bruce. Unfortunately no good there for Trent. Jim rolls through, takes it. 673 with a 5 at 101.
Small little cough out of Trent's car as he hit the throttle and just rolling to a stop. Little Gemini that could took the win.
It could and it did.
Where did all that come from, Adam?
I think it was Johnny when he was... Is that what I can go? I can go with that, yeah?
I guess.
Okay. Nothing there. What are you talking about? Bush? It's all nothing there.
All right, Smith will get pushed back. Unfortunately, that altered not doing what it wanted to do on that pass, but previously to that so far today, he's had some pretty good licks. So let's see if the team can get it fixed and sorted and come back for the next round. Good thing about the Chicago shootout, there is no eliminations. It's all points based.
Mick Little coming up in the airflow.
No, it's not Mick Little.
I said Nathan Watts. The one under Mick Little. Dear oh dear, that was
Sorry,
a
that's
shocker.
where I mucked up. I was saying Grant Watt. It's Nathan out there in the black car. Apologies. Grant's in the maroon one, I think.
Lisa Sargent.
Yep. All right, Nathan, pretty experienced driver in this car. 5.57 the dial in. He will leave the start line first. Sargent will have to chase him down.
As Lisa's team just get the wheelie bars sorted out.
3.27 on the tree for White to a 4.92 for Sargent. I don't think the Camaro is going to catch. No, a 5.60, a 5 with a 6, 112 mile an hour for Watt to take the win to a 5.13 with a 2 at 137.
As we move in, Sean Maynard. Is that what you were about to say? Get
Yes.
the words out of your mouth?
Yes.
I had a 1 and 2 chance you're either going to say Sean. Sean or Brett, you know. Because we got Brett O'Connor in the Camaro in the Rocket. Sean's dialed in, and Sean in the airflow lane's dialed in a 580. Brett O'Connor in the Chev, a 452. Sean coming up in to the box. Brett alongside him.
All right. Bit of a wait for O'Connor in the Camaro. Does it patiently, but Mar has a day and a half up his sleeve.
Oh, yeah. Sean May takes the win, 587 with a 0.115. Connor comes through, 457 with an 8, 157.
Just gave too much away on the start line there, Adam.
Yes, mate. Not enough time to react. So move on. Michael Little.
There we go.
M&A Plumbing out of Forbes in the 72 Tirana. Dialed in with a 587. Debbie Robb from Tamworth and the XB Coupe in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in 582.
So not much in the tree on this one.
This is literally just going to be head-to-head from the beginning.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Double 09 on the tree for Little.
Yeah, Michael's still taking the lead at this one. Debbie's trying, she's pushing back through.
590 with a 2 to take the win. 112 mile an hour for Little. Rob, a 587 with an 8 on a 582.
As we get a blown vehicle getting the go-ahead to come through on the Rocket Lane. Looks like might must be Mr. Wood. It is Paul Wood. When I said before that it was, but it wasn't, but it was. Chevrolet Camaro, blown big block Chevy. Big stout burnout there.
Yeah, a couple of good pedals at the start and then just feather it along.
As he brings it back here, he's got dialed in a 490. As we just have a quick look at the track, make sure no residues or anything has been left behind during his burnout. As the team line him up back over the rubber. Quick adjustment from the crew on the wheelie bars. Once the burnout's initialized, bring it back down into race mode. What's true? Is it?
Surprised that nobody's done it electronically yet.
Yeah, it's a rate like in a real car.
Yeah.
You have one of these on your dashboard, mate. Definitely not a plug for Haltech. All right, here comes Paul. Sideways out, a couple bit of debris coming out the side of the vehicle. Powers through, pedals at 5.24 with a 2 at 1:59.
Started marching along once it got out of the start line, but definitely not what the team would have been looking for away from the start line.
Yeah, the left and the right at the beginning definitely cost him the 4/10. Billy, a race starter, finding some souvenirs on the track here.
I reckon he would have collected some over the years. Eh? Probably nearly enough to build a car.
Billy's shrapnel pile.
You never mind that some of he's had to duck and save his life from, but you know,
you can see
good with the bad.
See the wheelie bar paint where they put it on the wheel. You can see literally shaped like a banana straight off the line. So I'm guessing the left wheel spun a bit too quick compared to the right one. As the next one's come up, Mark Elborn, HQU from Marimba, Dave McNamara.
Yeah, moving into a foot brake.
791 dialed in the aeroflow from Mark. 710 dialed into the rocket from Dave. Nearly a whole second there, so it's at 9/10. So Mark will take off in the aeroflow. Dave will go for the hunt.
Yeah, the utility power by only 253 cubic inches, just over 4 litres, as opposed to the 350 Chev in the Valiant.
Mark takes off, giving it all he can. Dave's coming in for the fry. He goes around, unfortunately, as Mark does break out. Dave with the win, 7.13 with an 8.97. Mark with the breakout, 7.90 with a 4 at 86.
Was Haley, I think, down in there in the rocket lane in the Falcon.
John Merrick in the VL.
Yeah, Haley dialed in with an 8 flat. Merrick dialed in with a 6.80 in the Commodore.
Oh, red light from the VL gives Haley the win.
.809 with a 1 on an 8 with an 891. And Merrick just leaving the start line a little bit too soon. Went a 680 dialing, but a 693 on the boards. So it was off the dial-in just a little bit. Next up, Joel Lucas in the XF utility. Barra powered, dialing with a 698.
One of our good old friends here, one of our staff here, Glenn, watching here on the live stream, says Billy has antique spares from Castlereagh. I thought he was trying to write that Billy wasn't old antique from Castlereagh.
We had to reread it.
Yeah, I had to reread it.
029 on the tree for the Racer in the rocket lane. Takes the win, a 714 with a 9 on a 706.
As Joe Selby comes through from Wood Rising. Where's Wood Rising?
I don't know.
That's
Do you want me to Google it?
I should just go.
Oh, okay. You get all fancy. Get all fancy then. And it was Tony in the pickup down there. Dialed in with a 610. He will be chasing Joe Selby.
Up near Fennel Bay, Toronto.
Okay, right.
Up the freeway, mate. Yes. Warners Bay, part of Boolaroo. As Tony unfortunately gets defeated by Joe here. Move on.
Yeah, Joe took that one by about 4/10 across the finish line.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Windsor in the rocket lane, taking on the Commodore of
T77. I know it's that. I know it's that. How am I doing, Bush? Am I doing good? I can read numbers. There's no T77 on here, mate.
before. I'm sure there was.
It'd be before 70. It'd be before 78, right?
You'd think so. All right, 258 on the tree for Windsor in the rocket lane. The little MPS out in front, but I think the Commodore already has driven
Oh, he
past.
broke out, was she?
Oh, no, went too fast. 724 with an 8 on a 728. Handing the win back to the Mazda. It was a little bit off the dial in. Took the win though, 1036 with a 2.
Yeah. Glenn here says it was a nasty comment, but I don't know which one, so I don't want to re-say them because it could be nastier. So, Van takes off. Hatsy in the chase.
Sam Pegas in the aeroflow lane, out in front, and takes the win. 828 with a 4 on an 820 dial in. And Hatsy runs a fair ways off the dial in. 896 with a 4 at 86 mile an hour on an 8 flat dial in.
Michael Walker in the rocket lane. Taking in on Jared McCudden.
Haven't these two raced each other already?
I think they know each other, man. 67 and 66. I feel like maybe they've entered together. So Jared versus Michael, Falcon versus Falcon, Barra versus Barra, Turbo versus Turbo. Listen to that symphony of the Australian RB.
They're almost identical, aren't they? 695 with the 105 mile an hour in the aeroflow lane to take the win. So the earlier model Falcon claiming the scalp this time around.
Tough little burnout there from Jeff Bennett in the Commodore. Taking on Matt Butler.
No.
It's not Matt Butler, but apparently it is Matt Butler, but it's not.
No, it's because it's a T number, dude.
Yeah.
So Holloway? Holiday. 79 away, nice at 212 reaction time for the Tirana. Gets there first by 4/10, but breaks out at him, giving the win points back to Bennett in the rocket lane.
Steve Halliday, unfortunately, too quick. All right, here comes Joseph in the Cressida, taking on Ethan Hurst. The LS2 VL. Two J Cressida, LS2 VL. 2JZ. Can't say the rest of it. Wow.
Pretty even off.
Great run from Ethan there.
Pretty even off the line, but I think the Cressida's falling behind.
Yes.
Oh no, or the
Broke
Commodore's
out.
going way too fast.
Yeah. Mr. McNiff taking on Ted Bulpit. I've got to find this number. I can't keep saying Ted Bulpit the whole day. We could. Ted.
All right, McNiff in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 565. A 745 over there for the long roof. One 0.8 seconds the head start going to the rocket lane. McNiff leaving nicely, only 5 thousandths in off the start line.
Kevin Price, Holden HS Wagon.
Not even close.
Not him?
No.
Oh.
It's not even close to your bullpit. Where did you get that from?
This is 6725. It says 3725, but it's the only HX wagon, so.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I've entered the number incorrect or something, perhaps. All right, nitrous fed Commodore Ute down there on the start line. So he's got the solo for the round.
.37 reaction time, turned into 1.860 foot, crosses the 330 and converts it to the 8th with an 878 with a 3 at 79. As we move into our bikes. All right. Sean Close up against Michael Riches. Sean styled him with a 7-second dial in from the Aeroflow. Michael Richards in the rocket lane, a 5:39. So as I said, that's going to feel like an eternity.
Yeah, and Richards is going to come past it.
Mate,
Big
freight
rate.
train.
Yep. You're going to hear me coming,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to be past you. Seven flat, the dial in the Aeroflow lane. A 5:39, the dial in the rocket.
I think Michael will have that. Sean did have a great launch. Unfortunately, Michael's going to just freight train around him here. Hopefully he doesn't break out. He doesn't break out.
Richards has just gone to 000 on the tree.
Oh, wow. Well
So
done, mate.
that's going to earn him at least one trophy in
5:52 with a 1.
Just letting the race control know.
All right. Peter Strugwick into the rocket lane, taking on Travis McCleverty. GSXR 750. Both similar dial-ins taking off together. Both of them broke out here. Now, what does that mean? It means that he broke out the least.
Correct.
So Travis does take the win. 6:39 with a 9 at 111 to a 6:09 with an 8 from Peter at 1:13. Sika over here on YouTube land, Bushi from Finland.
Wow. Welcome.
Yep. So we've got Darwin, we've got Tennessee, we've got Finland.
There are people watching from all over the place.
Yep.
Hope you're enjoying the action here at Sydney Dragway. 098 on the tree for the Aeroflow lane. 135 in the rocket. And the Aeroflow lane takes the win there. 61 10,000ths of a second, the margin across the finish line. It's probably the closest in terms of margin of victory that I've seen.
All right, up next, Gareth Wilcox in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Cheryl Beddoes. $6.20 dialed in for Gareth. $5.70 dialed in for Cheryl.
Cool half a second head start going to the Aeroflow lane here.
Oh, red light there from Cheryl. Hands the win over to Gareth. But then, as I said, he had the win already. So 6:09 with a 5 at 122 to Cheryl's 5:72 with an 8 at 120. As we move in to our next one.
Joe Curry down there
Yep.
on a solo, I think.
On the Destroyer, the 1.4 litre.
2 cylinders.
No cups. Yeah, solo run, so just seeing what's happening in the start lanes. Not a lot.
On the tree for Curry. Dialed him with a 575. He went 569 with a 3, 122. Shuts the bike down and rolls around the top end of the racetrack.
All right. So we're just having a quick 10-minute break here, Bushy. We'll be back here at 2:30 for our next bracket. What we might do, mate, we might swap over and go through some ads.
Yep, I'll take the opportunity to make a cup of tea.
We'll be back with you guys shortly.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
.com.au.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle sport chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannon's.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
That was an easy one.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannon's.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Lap, Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an old...
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle sport chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannon's.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Shaun Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle sport chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannon's.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speed Flow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win.
A street car through to a race car, be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle sport chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannon's.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And Tex dialed in here with a 6.56. Literally nothing in that one, Bushy. So it should be a good head-to-head here.
Yeah, about half a light on the start. The Ute to lead first. So the shadows start to lengthen here at Sydney Dragway. Mid-June, Saturday afternoon. The sky has been clear all day. I think the only thing we've seen is a bit of tyre smoke running up into the atmosphere.
It was a bit different to last night, Bushy.
Yeah, it was. We had a blanket of tyre smoke over the venue. Thanks to those the burnouts and the tyre warming exercises that went on behind the racetrack for the roll racing.
Tex in for the chase there, Bushy.
Yeah, he's going to have a little bit of work to do. 0.13 for Gadalari to an 0.80 there for Tex.
Unfortunately, Tex has broken out here, Bushy.
Yes, 200's under. 200's the margin for Gadalari. Tex pushed too hard to try and make up that small amount that he lost on the start line. Didn't get there. Gadalari takes the win points. Next up, we have Dennis Plassis and Eden Abella. Plassis in the Falcon dialed in with a 6.76. Abella with a 6.82 in the LS Turbo utility.
Ian's been pretty consistent today. So running 6.8, 6.84s, 6.83s.
Oh, he's chucked the cherry.
Unfortunately, he's jumped the start this one. Hands the win over to Aeroflow. 6.79 with a 1 at 101 for Eden, and a 6.71 with a 1 at 102.
Is that Zeke? I think it is. And Jono Danaskas down there in the Ford Mustang. Dialed in with a 6.79. 6.21 the dial in for the utility. Utility away first, has about a 10th up his sleeve.
Ziggy has got the lead, he's fighting for it. Freight Training, he does take the win. 7.21 with a 5 at 98. Danastas here, 2.80, 6.82 with a 4 at 101. As we come here, Andrew Barbara coming in on the Aeroflow lane, the 1957 FE. Taken on hot 3.51, driven by Casey Johnson.
Yeah, both cars been here at Sydney Dragway once before. They're putting on a pretty good show as part of our vintage gas class here today.
As you can see here, Bushy, 7.80 dialed in to a 7.83, so literally nothing.
Yep. If you can pick that, Adam, then...
So this will be, yes, if you can pick that, then there's something wrong with me because I can't pick that. As I said, this is all going to be down to human reaction time. Head to head. Both jumped into the stage.
Johnson away first with a 3.18 line.
Casey might have this in the rocket lane, Bush. He's pushed through. He does take it. So there's break out there from Andrew. So as I said, 7.86 with a 0 at 87. 7.65 to 6 at 88 from the Aeroflow. As we move into the Willys Jeep, Damien Kemp in at the Aeroflow.
And Michael Bennett over there in the rocket lane. Bennett in the Chevy pickup.
7.05 for the Willys Bushy. You got 6.28 for Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Bennett came over to the Aeroflow lane, I think it was, on the last run. Didn't quite get the launch that he'd been getting in the rocket. I'd imagine that most of the lanes are even most of the time, but maybe just more comfortable leaving in that lane. Goes 1.08 red for Bennett.
Oh, Bennett's going around. Freight Train, fortunately, he did jump. Hands the win to the Wheelies. 7.22 with a 4 at 96. 6.28 with a 7 at 111.
Next up we have
John Kerr.
Yes.
Yep. And Rick with the Squire, the Nossie Squire.
Yeah, got the big nitrous bottle and sticker seen in the back window. The Squire dialed in with an 8 flat. John Kerr dialed in with a 688 in the Mercury. A Rocket Lane to do the chasing.
Rick's about to take off. John on the chase. John's taken off. Will he really be in the time, or will Rick take it?
John got the better reaction time.
Taking it.
Just got there, 95 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. Wow.
696.5 from John at 99. Rick with an 807 with a 6 at 79. Doris the Morris coming through in the Rocket Lane. Phil Moore coming through in the Chev.
Yeah, we saw the Chev with the aero package operational earlier today. See
yes,
what we can do.
Had a bit of a DRS situation with the Chevy before. The boot came up. As dials in on the Chev at 965 to an 865 from the Morris. Chev takes off, Morris takes off. 01 reaction time from the Chevy there, Bushy.
Yeah, nice launch from the big Chevy. I don't know if Doris is going to catch the Chev.
The Chev does take the win. 971 with a 4 at 69. Doris the Morris. Morris the Boris the Doris. 874 with a 2 at 76. Ben Bittersill for Cougar.
Yeah, dialed in with a 760, a 678. I think I've done that twice today. 768, the dial in for the Cougar in the Aeroflow lane.
Yep, and the 55 Chev from Matty Moore.
Dialed in with a 9 flat, so Moore will leave well before the Cougar.
Not a stout takeoff here from Matty. Let's see if John can come around. No, John's jumped, so that takes the win. That's drag racing, Wishy.
Sure is.
Crosses over 903 with a 3 and a 677 with a 6. Andrew Heinrich, Van Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Chris Redman in the Falcon Ute Barra Turbo.
All right, Mark Ind in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 632, taking on Peter Brown in the Gold Dragster, dialed in with a 485.
So as the team line up the Dragster back in the groove.
The little angler is going to be around the 60-foot mark before Brown's let go.
Well, so there's a 2-second gap. Could be a 2 second 60 if you're right. So as the angler takes off and the Dragster will be in for the chase. As Mark locks himself in the Anglia. Pete locked in.
Oh, 168 for the Anglia off the start line, 092 for the Drag.
Freight train coming through. Yep. Peter Brown, 492 with a 0137. Mark in the Anglia, 632 with a 3 at 111. Lisa Sargent?
He's only 3 thousandths off the dial in there for the Anglia.
Very good. So we got Sean McPherson in the Prefect, taking on Lisa Sargent. Lisa's dialed in a 510. Sean's dialed in a 699. So nearly a 2 second gap there. As Lisa's team adjusts the wheelie bars, put into race mode. Thumbs up from the crew, edges are up. Sean gets ready, takes off. Lisa's in for the hunt. Powering down.
Prefect go as good as it can, but leaves the puddles through. 5.13 with a 3 at 1.33 to a 7.06 with an 8 at 96. Gap there of only 1/10 of a second down the end. All right, up next we've got here, it looks like, is this Jim Bruce in the Gemini?
Yes.
And Carol Lynn in the Tirana. Tirana's dialed in a 588. The Gemini is dialed in a 664. Gemini takes off. Tirana comes off afterwards. Goes around straight from the beginning. Thanks for coming. Have a good one. Both of them break out, but Caroline takes the win. 586 with a 7 at 120. 661 with a 7 at 105 from the Gemmy.
Oh, both breaking out. The margin of victory, a 100th of a second in the end. Carolyn got there by 4/10, but lucky that her competitor there went under the dialing as well.
As we move through into the XC Falcon Ute, coming in from Tony Rosati, dialed in at 5.57 in the airflow lane. Tony Clement, 5.20 on the HQ Holden Bushy.
Yeah, battle of the supercharged V8s on the start line. Holden versus Ford. Tyre versus not much of a back tyre. You'll determine which one I'm talking about there in comparison. Big rear slicks on the Falcon Tonner.
Lumps it up into stage.
On the two-step.
Tramps it up. I don't know if that was a good one there. Looks like Tony's going to go straight around from the beginning. Hopefully Tony doesn't break out. He doesn't. 5.25 with a 9 at 1.39. Tony with a 6.42 with a 4, 1.18.
All right, next up, Sean Marr down there in the aeroflow lane, taking on Bill Wallace in the VN Commodore. Wallace dialed in with a 6.29. Marr with a 5.80, so only 5/10 of a second head start going to the rocket lane here.
Sean's currently placed 11th place overall today. Bill's placed 18th in the VN. So not a lot of positions. These are both very quick cars. As I said, we've got 581s and 629s coming through. Bill rolls in first. So he waits for Sean. Both in the pre. Both locked in. Bill takes off. 0.13 reaction time from Bill. Will that help him maintain the win? As Sean goes around, takes the win. 5.90 with a 2 at 1.08. Bill comes through in the rocket lane. 6.63 with a 4 at 1.10.
Yeah, I think Bill with a better reaction time there, but the car just seemed to stumble on when he let go of the button. So the 60 foot down a little bit there for the Commodore, and that just allowing Marr pretty much to be in front on the let go of the trans brake.
Having those reaction times too, if you can get up the head and keep it ahead, it's half the battle. As Michael Little lines up the Tirana in the aeroflow lane, Scott O'Malley coming through in the Commodore Ute. Michael in the Tirana's dialed in a 586. Scott in the Commodore a 650. As Michael slowly edges in, Mike Scott wait for it. As Scott takes off. 0.58 reaction time from Scott. It's good reaction time. A 1.4 60 foot for Scott will help him ensure that win. 6.53 with a 7 at 1.06. Michael coming in afterwards. 5.90 with a 1 at 1.16, Bush.
Yeah, no, it was a good pass from O'Malley there. Nathan Watt taking on Brett O'Connor now. Nathan dialed in with a 5.57 in the black VL.
So there's a Brett's number 3 so far overall today.
He did a 4:57.5. So this is going to be one of the fun ones. Hopefully Nathan can take a win this time.
I guess for Brett, he's in the stage of the afternoon with that car.
The Chev a 4:58 with a 7 at 1:56. Winning margin of just under a tenth, 81 thousandths. Up next, Grant Watt, the VL in the aeroflow lane.
Big turnout from the Commodores down there in the aeroflow lane.
Paul Wood with his stout burnout nearly halfway up the track here,
Yes.
the Camaro.
Is that where you
With
went
the
to
blown big box Chev.
That's what you went to say, wasn't it?
Camaro. Paul and the team been going pretty hard this weekend. So far he's 6th overall with a 5:24.2. Paul's team doing a quick once over. Make sure the bars are good, make sure he's all good, make sure Paul's happy. Quick check of the bars. Race mode activated.
Yes.
Grant sitting on the line here. Getting more anxious as the seconds go by. He just wants to go. He's got a 550 dial in to a 460 from Paul. He's going to have a whole second ahead. As Grant jumps in the pre-stage as we wait for Paul. Paul jumps in. Both locked in. Grant takes off. Paul jumps. He's jumped. He's given it to Grant.
Whoa, the Commodore very loose at the finish line there, Adam. I don't know how he hang on to that.
Mate,
Good driving job.
Both of them going left, going right. That Grant takes it 5:55 with a 9 at 109. Paul did push through, did a 4:78 at 1:48.
Right on the finish line there for Watt, though. We could see pretty much 3/4 of the side of that car. Not exactly what you want to see at 160 odd kilometres an hour.
As I said, compared to last night as well, Bushy,
Yes.
some of these cars are literally going 45 degrees. As we move up, it's Ted.
We did discover his actual name, didn't we?
Mark Elborn from Marimba, HQ Ute, dialed in on the aeroflow lane with a 787 as he rips into the burnout.
All right, 787 the dial in for Elborn, 745 the dial in for the long roof. Long roof to do the chasing by 1/10 of a second off the start line. Gave away 100th to Elborn.
Both 1.7 on the 60 foot, both nearly 5 seconds on the 3.3, but they've both broken out. But it looks like the HX has broken out. Les takes the win. 744 with a 9 at 95. Mark coming through with a 786 with a 3 at 86.
Margin of victory, 62 10,000ths of a second there, Adam.
Absolutely nothing in it. As we move on next, we've got Joel Lucas coming through in the XF Ute. Turboed Barra. Try's taken off.
Yes, Steve Halliday.
Yep, Steve coming through. Unfortunately, looks like Joel has gone around, but he has broken out. He hands the win over to Halliday. 685 with a 6 at 102 to a 692 with a 6 at 102 from Joel.
Lucas crossed the finish line first by under 1/10 of a second, but handing the win back to the Tirana for going too fast.
Yep.
Under the dial-in.
Up next, Michael versus Sam. Michael in the Falcon, Sam in the Commodore. Sam dialed in the rocket lane. He's dialed in an 8:26, so he's going to take off first versus Michael's 7th second, unless he leaves before the 3rd amber. So it hands the win over to Sam. Sam crosses over an 8:15 with a 4:90 to an 8:10 with a 9:95. He had it in his grasp, and unfortunately he's jumped it as the VZ comes through with a great burnout.
Taking on Jared McCudden down there in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 680. It was a good burnout there from the Commodore.
VZ takes off, but look, unfortunately might be something wrong here with the Falcon. Hands it over cleanly to the VZ. 703 with an 8 at 104, and the Falcon comes over, does a 10:42 with an 8 at 50. Obviously not under power, hands the win to the Commodore. As looks like Joseph's up next, the 2JZ Cressida, taking on Dave McNamara in the Valiant.
3/10 in this one. McNamara dialed in with a 710. He'll leave the start line first, and that Cressida chasing him down.
As you said, Bushy, being only 3/10 in this is literally going to be a human reaction. Joseph stalls up the 2J. Gets ready to hunt down the Valiant. He's already next to him. He's powering through. If he doesn't break out, he'll take it.
It looks like the Valiant.
Valiant broke out, gave it to him. 688 with a 9 at 101. And Dave with the Valiant, 705 with a 3 at 97.
Now the Cressida crossed the finish line first, but my eyes deceived me there, Adam. I would have thought that the Valiant was in front for a second, but anyway, I'm only looking at it visually. Of course, the timers end from the side. Of course, you'll see the margin a lot better than you will from behind.
Yeah. Up next, Hatsy versus Bennett.
One of 4 Bennetts are racing here today.
So there's a lot of Hatsy's, a lot of Bennetts today, a lot of family here. Dialed in with an 8-0 for Hatsy, 8.6 for Bennett. So Bennett took off first as Hatsy tries to lure in, but unfortunately it looks like it will go through for Bennett. An 8.98 with an 8.78 to a 10.32 with a 1 at 59. Hands it over to Bennett. Up to Joe Selby in the aeroflow lane, the XY. Taking on Cooper Bennett in the VL.
No, that's John Marek. John Marek down there in the rocket lane. 650 the dial in for the VL to a 730 for the Big Falcon.
Joe with the Windsor, 393. Marek with the VL. No engine specs on here, unfortunately. But Joe takes off. He's got backs going around here, Joe Bushy.
Out in front, takes the win, goes 655 with a 6 on a 650.
Joe coming through. Unfortunately not quick enough though. 731 with a 5 at 94. As Jeff Bennett comes through in the airflow lane. Taking on Steve Davies.
Davies dialed in with a 710. There's one light of a difference in handicap on the start line. Davies to leave first.
Yep, Bennett taking off. He's dialed in a 670, so he'll be in for the chase. And off he goes. He's chasing. He might have it. No.
No, he gave away too much on the start line there, Adam. A 070 light for Steve to take the win there.
Yep, 7:16 as we move into the GT Pursuit in the airflow lane. Taking a Breck McNiff in the familiar Valiant hard top.
5:65 the dial in for McNiff.
Yep. Haley in the FG. I said nearly a 2.5 second run here for Haley in front. Just wait for Brett to lock in, and he has. She's jumped it, Bushy. Two-wheel action from Brett.
Nice launch there for the big Valiant.
He's kicked the go button. He's full sent at 5:67 with a 5 at 120. Haley coming through after the red light. 8:47 at 87.
Nice launch there, though, for the Valiant.
100%. To move into Ethan with his VL in the aeroflow lane. The Mazda 3 MPS coming through. Ethan's had some consistent runs in the 8.5s. Mazda's had a couple of wins, had a couple of losses, still trying to dial that into the right bracket.
Yeah, let's see what Windsor can do on this pass. Tree will count down for the red car first, leaving with a 2.6.
Bit slouchy off the takeoff here, Bushy. The VO might wind up and get it.
Not from there, it's not.
Unfortunately, it's not taken off as well either. 0.26 reaction time, but breaks out the Mazda. Gives the Commodore the win. If it crosses over, it does. 8.76 with a 5 for the VL for the win.
Oh, the Mazda 0.004 of a second too quick, Adam.
As I said,
it's a cruel sport.
As we said, it's still trying to dial itself in, so it's a bit of give and a bit of take. As we've got the Destroyer in the airflow lane.
Moving into motorcycles, Joe Curry down there in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 570, taking on Cheryl Beddoes, also dialed in with a 570.
Joe Curry, 1.43. Not a bad capacity for a bike.
Yeah, especially being only 2 cylinders.
Cheryl's number 2 in class. 570. They take off and together. 0.55 reaction from the aeroflow, just a ton ahead of the 0.89. Converts the reaction time into a loss, unfortunately, and Cheryl takes the win at 5.77 with a 5 at 1.13.
Good pass from both riders. Joe not getting out of the throttle. The Pike moved way over to the centre line on the hit. Just gradually bring it back into closer to the centre of the lane.
All right, Adrian Watson in the R6 on the aeroflow lane. Teaming up with Michael Riches in the colour match leathers.
You're not going to let him forget, are you?
Michael, he's the regular here at Wednesday Night Race for Reels every Wednesday night. Putting that practice into action. Adrian takes off. Michael's in for the chase. He's getting towards the centre line and it makes Riches go right around him.
Yeah. Riches to take the win.
5.44 to 5 to 1.24 to a 7.14 with a 2 at 1.01. As we've got one of the Digger Motorsport motorcycles coming through in the aeroflow lane. Albie Davison. Gareth Wilcox on the Kawasaki. Gareth started in a 6. So that's going to be a pretty substantial gap here of 1.5 seconds.
Yep.
As Albie takes off. Wilcox, unfortunately, not be able to follow this one through. He did jump, so he did hand the win. 7.80 with a 0 at 97 versus the 7.50 with an 8 at 102. Peter Strudwick on the destroy in the airflow lane.
He seemed to have been favouring the rocket lane throughout the day, Adam, if my memory serves me correct.
Yeah, he's had a couple of runs in the right. I actually haven't seen him in left lane as Sean Close dials in with a 7 on the Suzuki. He'll be taking off first. As they're both locked in. Rocket taking off first. Peter taking off second. Takes off, goes straight towards the wall. Lines it up, tries to bring it back to the centre. Unfortunately, that correction does cost him the win. Sean coming through with a 7.36 with a 5 at 103. Peter with a 6.63 with a 4. You can see up here on the grooves bushy right now, just took off and took straight away left, and he was fighting it from the start. So we move into our solo run for the last of the bikes. Travis McCleverty on the Suzuki GSXR. Dialed in a 6.39. There's a 6.45 with a 4. All right, up next, Dennis Plessis and the Ford XY in the airflow lane. Taking on Ziggy. Ziggy in the Ute. .351 out of Dennis's XY in the airflow lane as we just do a quick track prep here on the rocket lane. Bushy, the Commodore is locked in at 7.21. The XY's like a 6.73. So nearly half a second difference here on takeoff.
Yeah, Dennis with a lot of racing experience, Ziggy. He's gaining more and more each time that he comes out.
Both part of the Super Street classifications out of state titles. Ziggy does a tough little bird out here. Dennis coming through second with the 3.51.
673 in the dial in for Plastis. A 721 for Ziggy. Utility to leave first.
So as I said, Dennis will be chasing a half-second delay here. Oh, and Ziggy's jumped.
83 thousandths too soon, Adam. To an 021 green.
021 reaction time there from Dennis, so he definitely wanted it either way. 704 the one at 100 for Dennis. 720 for Ziggy at 97.
Next up, we've got Anthony Galilari down there.
Yep, on a solo run, Bushy.
684 the dial in.
HQU with a small block Chev.
Now, it's important that, in my knowledge, that he does a full pass, because if they go to a count back on dial-ins,
Times, yeah.
closest to dial-ins, and he's tied with somebody else, this could be the round. Say this is
a 004 reaction time. He doesn't care if it's a buy or not. He's going for the solo. He's going for the win. Oh, he broke out though, Bushy.
Yeah, no, that's not ideal, but a 004 light, it proves that he's definitely seeing that tree very well right now.
1.560 foot ain't too bad. Does it look like going into one of our blown vehicles? This is the one with the airbrushing on the tubs that you can't see.
Yes, yes. I could see it. I just had to move forward a little bit, that's all. Or I stand up on my tippy toes. Shane McClure, I think. Yeah, McHugh. Shane McHugh.
Probably not the burn that he wanted to accomplish there, Shane. So they've had a couple of engine start issues with this after it does its initial burnout. So he probably have to get this one rolled back with the help of his crew. As they're trying to do it by himself. He's pushing. Get your legs into it, son.
Pump the neck.
Here we go. Oh, he's got the run up. He's got it going.
Next thing he has a knee blowout and then we're in all sorts of trouble.
All right, yeah, as I said, unfortunately, not the result this team wanted. As I said, he's had a couple of issues where it does conk out after his burnout. Having an auxiliary starter doesn't help either, but that's how it is, obviously, so.
Blown big block hanging out the bonnet of the Corvette. Of course, this shape very popular in
split window,
in drag racing a little while ago, but still very much holds its own. Classic Corvette shape.
As the team runs down, grabs the starter box, grabs the magic sauce bottle. The boys get it fired up. Unfortunately, he's going to need another start again, although he pushed off the track. Looks like they might have found something on the driver's, just under the driver's door on the panel. No, that's it. Unfortunate there.
Yeah, it's one of those cars, isn't it, Adam? There's a lot of stuff going on there, especially with the addition of the supercharger and
Well, same thing with
different pumps, lines, injectors, etc., etc.
I said you don't know until you get out the track. You think you fixed it. How do you know until you hit it again? And then if you have, you haven't. You have, you haven't. So, as I said, obviously the team's disappointed, but you don't know until you bring it out here and give it a go. So that's what the whole part of these days are like.
You can see our vintage gas bracket in the staging lanes, pretty keen for the next round.
Just quickly, hello to Rob G on YouTube World here, Bushy. Says there's too much ads. Well, Rob, give me your details. I'll send you a refund on your free stream. Up next, John Kerr in the rocket lane. Taking on Andrew Barbara.
Yeah, 780 dial in for Barbara in the aeroflow lane to a 693 down there in the rocket for John's Red Comet. Strong burnout from John Kerr.
Barbara locked in, waiting for John. They said 780 versus a 693 dial-ins. Take it off. John might be, he's all over this, but he's broken out.
Yeah, 371 was Barbara's reaction time. Kerr obviously had the mindset that he wanted to go for it and threw it away with a 020 red line.
Yeah, 807 with a 9 to a 701 with a 2 as the Willies comes out. Taking on Casey Johnson. In the 67 Falcon versus the Willies.
$705 for the Willies, $783 for the Falcon of Johnson. Johnson to lead first.
Falcons take it off, but the Willies get around him, Bushy. It's going to be close. He's pushing.
Going to be close. The Willies didn't get there. Johnson had a really good reaction time. 004 on the tree.
Johnson was pushing that time as well. He got 788, but he hit the brakes to get that 788.
Yeah, a little bit of brake light insurance there at the finish line.
As Kevin in the Morris, in the airflow. He's taken on Matt Moore in the 55 Chev. Morris takes off sideways. Now he's bringing it back, trying to bring it back to the middle. It's going back to the right again. He's wiggling all the way down, Bushy. But he can secure as the win either way. A 918 with a 4 at 17.2 to a 10.16 at 75. comes John out in the Cougar.
John Busserton will dial in with a 677.
Phil Moore's dialed in with a 965. Skid Row written on the side of it. The rocket's not going apparently. So, as I said, the Cougar is going for a solo. Starter Billy notifies he's on a solo to John.
Now, I don't know what's be harder to push. Supercharged Outlaw style Corvette or a all-steel big Chevy down there.
That's it, mate. Cougar takes off, aiming for a 677. Keeps averages at a 6.8. Can't complain, mate. 6.80 on a 6.7 dial in. 101 miles per hour. As we've got Rick Catisano coming out in the Squire.
Taking on Michael Bennett down there in the Chevy pickup. 628 the dial in for the pickup.
These two raced last round, I think, as well. So tough little burnout there from the Woody. Bit of a purge.
Two different ways to go racing. Forced induction, we've got the Spray and the Falcon versus the belt-driven Supercharger for Bennett in the rocket lane. Keep your eyes on the front end of the pickup truck. It has got a big set of wheelie bars, but still doesn't mind lifting those fronts.
Oh, 3 wheels here from Rick. Bennett's on the chase. Rick's giving every can, but Bennett's gone right around. He hasn't broken out, and he has taken the win. 6.38 with a 1 at 109 to 8.04 with a 9 at 83 for Rick.
There's a fair difference in the light there, Bennett, with a much better reaction time.
Up next, it's the Prefect, Perfect Prefect versus the VN Commodore.
699 the dial in for the Prefect to a 798 the dial in for the Commodore.
As Sean the Prefect takes off, it looks like it was, unfortunately, I don't know what happened here with the looks like he jumped, did he? Or
yes, looks like he's left well before the tree was activated even.
Yeah, so 709 with a 4 for the win at 85.
Yes, yeah, so definitely a foul there.
Yeah. Andrew Heinrich, so Tony Rosati in the Falcon Ute.
Taking on Jim Bruce in the Gemini. The Gemini dialed in with a 660. Going to leave a second before the Ford pickup leaves the start line.
Tony's lumping it forward. Jim takes off with a 3-wheel action. Tony rips into it. It looks like it might be a bit too late though. Jim crossing the line. 660 with a 1 at 104. Tony coming around second of the day. 638 with a 7 at 116. As Callan comes through with the Toronto versus Peter Brown in the Dragster.
Brown dialed in with a 488.
A 488.
Yes, and you're going to have to wait on that start line for near enough to a second. The nitrous-fed Tirana will be probably not too far away from the 60 foot at that point.
Callan's been pretty switched on. She has been the Wednesday night race for wheels here on Wednesday doing a bit of practice. She is one of our regulars. So as I said, hopefully the practice makes perfect. .14 reaction time, but Peter with an 0.29 reaction. Straight off the bat was already pushing through. 5.13 with a 5 at 1.22 Bushy, and then in the aeroflow lane, Carolyn 6.97 with a 6 at 94.
Yeah, I think both cars went towards the concrete in their respective lanes, but it looks like the Tirana, the driver just getting out of the throttle and saying, you know what, I'll come back next time.
Another day. Yep. Let's have a quick look at our stage lane starting to fill back up as we go through into our next brackets. Cars coming back through the tunnel. Sean Mayer in the Tirana. Scott O'Malley in the Commodore Ute. Scotty in the airflow lanes dialed in a 650. Sean in the Tirana in the rocket lanes dialed in a 582. 1.3 second difference here.
It's going to be a fair gap for Sean Maher to be waiting, but he's going to have to rely on his experience here.
Sean's going to have to really rely on his reaction times and make sure he gets a good launch to get a good 60 foot to finish it off down in the end.
So 650 the Ute, 582 for the blue Tirana.
As we just check the driver's door on the Ute here. There you go. 2 taps and a thumbs up. Said Scott in the aeroflow lane with a 650 dial in. Sean in the rocket lane with a 582 dial in. Both locked in the pre. Both are taking the stage. We're locked in. Here we go. Oh, red light from Scott gives Sean the win.
024 on the tree for Mark. Scott went for it. 016 red.
Oh, mate. 583 with a 9 from Sean at 117. Scott coming through with a 653 with a 5 at 106. Oh, Bushy, that was going to be a really close one if you didn't jump.
Yeah, it would have been. And I think if you didn't jump, the results might have been swung the other way.
We're just going to move on to our next pair. Lisa Sargent in the rocket lane, taking on Michael Little in the Tirana. Michael all the way from Forbes. He's dialed in a 586. Lisa's taken on the challenge and dialed in a 510. That little gap, that little advantage that Michael's going to have here, he's going to have to really take advantage of with this small bulk check.
Yeah, get that good reaction time. Get out in front and then just try and stay out there. That Chevy Camaro will be chasing him down.
As I said, Lisa's been pretty consistent today. She's 5th fastest overall with a 5.1. So, as I said, consistency might be key here, but Michael's going to have to try and dig deep here and try and take this one. As Michael gets ready. Both locked in. Here we go. 0.30 reaction time from Michael. He is locked in. He wants this win. He's pushing through. He wants it, and he takes it. 5.97 with a 1 at 107.
Yeah, got there by 1/100th of a second across the finish line, Adam.
5.14 with an 8 from Lisa at 1:35.
Next up, Terry Clement down there in the 71 Holden HQ. Pro Charge 540 big block on board. 520 the dial in for him. That thing's probably making an extra 50 horsepower now than it was earlier in the day. Not that it's been hot outside, but it's probably still making an extra 50.
He's read the room. He's gone, you know what? Let's just give it. Terry's locked in. Nathan stalls up. Oh, Nathan's jumped. He's given it to Terry already.
Gave it away. 0.93 on the tree for Terry, so it was good light nonetheless. 5.26 with a 3 on a 5.20. 139 miles an hour.
Oh, they're just getting too eager here, Bushy. A couple of red lights here isn't working out well.
Next up we have Brett O'Connor down there in the Chevy Camaro.
The 540.
Big box Chev on board for him.
He's dialed in a 455. So he obviously wants to get close to, even though he's got his buy run, he's still got averages for the bracket, so he's going to want to try and keep it consistent. So the boys double check the wheelie bars, make sure they're good for the run. Brett giving a purge of the NOS, make sure everything is good to go. Brett brings in the Chef Camaro, 540, big block. Locks it in. Oh, 0.26 reaction
nice
time, 1.160 foot. Translates it into a 465 with a 7 at 155.
Nice run there for O'Connor.
So that helps him keep his third place.
Yeah, 113 to the 60 foot there for that Chevy Camaro.
So move in Joel Lucas, XF Ute. As he takes on Sam Fullerton in the Commodore.
Yeah, Fullerton dialed in with a 690. We've got 690 apiece.
So both of them with the exact same dial-ins, apparently. As I'm having a look at the computer screen, we're having a look at the bracket dials, but we'll go with it. Both of them with a 1.1 reaction time. Oh, he's broken out and he's handed the win over to Joel. Joel's taken it 7.004 at 101 to a 6.63 from Sam. Up next, Joe Selby, XY Falcon. And he's taken on Sam Pegas in the VN Commodore.
Yeah, Pegas dialed in with an 815.
We're getting down to the nitty gritty here.
Yeah, starting to get to the pointy end.
As Joe sets it into hunt mode. Will he get around?
I don't think so, Adam. He's going to run out of racetrack.
But he's broken out, so Joe does take it.
He did. He did get there in the end.
7.31 with a 5 at 95 for the win. As I said, Sam comes through with an 8.10 with a 4 at 88. Up next, the MX-83 Crusader, powered by the 2JZ.
Taking on the Ford-powered Ford.
Yep, both of these dialed in at 680. So Jared in the Falcon. Turbo Barra versus 2JZ.
Both cars complete sleepers.
Oh, what a launch from Joseph. 0.18 on the reaction and 1.5 of the 60 foot converts it for a win. 692 with a 7 at 100 to a 7.005 at 106 for the Falcon.
Yeah, so the Falcon making more power at the top end of the racetrack.
But as at the 2J, once he was the launch and that 1.6 took off, it just converted for the win.
$7.10 the dial in for the aeroflow lane, an 035 light. Holiday with a bit of work to do in the Tirana, not going to get there. He tried his best to keep him honest, but went too fast under the dial in. But the Big H said, took the win in the first place. 719 with a 7 on a 710 dial in. Next up, Windsor.
Oh, Ted, come through with a tough burnout.
Look at it, do the big wobble there. He's put it in gear. It's like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm flexing. Up against the Mazda MPS.
Kevin Price. Ted Price. Small block Chev HX wagon. As he takes off. Let's see if Kevin Ted brings around the bullpit. He does.
Takes the win.
752 with a 6 at 87 to a 1022 at 76. Good old Kevin Ted Price.
You gotta hyphenate the surname too, mate.
I'll get on the trophy. It's like Ted. Not the Kingswood. Up next, got the Falcon versus the Commodore. All right, Michael Walker in the Falcon Bushy.
Yeah, and John Marek in the VL. Marek dialed in with a 650. He's going to chase the Falcon.
Oh,
by
half a second.
Yep.
So, let's see if the Commodore can get enough reaction time and enough gap to get the VL. Oh, wow, the VL is on fire. He had it from the beginning. He's already all over it.
Had half a second to give away.
But he broke out.
Oh,
no.
He's thrown it. He's gone 500s too fast. A 645 with a 0 on a 650.
No.
Got there by 2.5 seconds, Adam. I think he felt he was on a number and just wanted to stay in
I was jumping in the air for joy, and then I was like, no. Oh, dear.
I think it seemed... I'm betting it felt like it was on a number, so he just stayed in it.
Yep. As Haley comes through in the Falcon, taking on Jeff Bennett.
Bennett dialed in with a 670 in the rocket lane. 1.3 seconds the wait here. To Haley in the Falcon. She's going to leave first and be chased down.
As Jeff takes off, launches on 3 wheels, you know he's serious. He might get this. Does he get it around Haley? He does. Oh, no. Wow, he broke out.
Got there first, but broke out by 100th of a second. He got there first.
1.4 tenths. Haley takes it 8.11 with a 5 at 90. Spark Elborn comes out in the HQU. Cooper Bennett, the stout burnout in the VS Ute. Bennett's locked in, waiting for Elborn. He locks in. 0.4 reaction time, about 0.2 for Mark. It might help him get around at 1.8 60 foot. It is quicker. Will it benefit him? It does. He converts it. 806.1 at 82 to a 902 with a 3 at 77. Brett McNiff comes out in the Valiant.
Strong burnout there for McNiff, taking on the Commodore down there in the Aeroflow lane. Driven.
Yep. Ethan Hurst.
Thank you. Driven by Ethan Hurst. 858 the dial in to a 565 for McNiff down there in the rocket lane, Adam.
This is going to feel like a turn for Brett.
Yep.
If he doesn't pay attention here and he doesn't, hopefully, he knows what he's doing, but I don't want him to leave early.
No, he's got to focus on the tree. That thing will lift the fronts.
Yes. All right, 0.17 reaction time, 1.2 60 foot. He's going to go around. He does take it. 586 with a 0 at 119 to an 86 for Ethan at 87. What a great run from Brett.
You're getting right into this, aren't you? This time of night, you're pumped, ready for the finals.
I just, as I said, I'm excited. What was that? Big Kev.
Dave McNamara on the Swallow in the Valiant. Powered by the 350 Chev. Oh, that's what it is. It's the those energy drinks you're drinking. 7:10 the dial in for the Valiant. Let's see what he can do. He's got to run it, try and run a number.
He's sideways off the mark. Still sideways. 7:32 of the 6 at 93. What was the name of the cans we had last night? With not Black Cat.
Wildcat, mate.
Wildcat.
Meow.
You do that meow at the end. Might have to see if they want a sponsorship deal.
Well, I thought that was the angle that you were going at for.
I might have to, just like up here in the Wildcat window. As Dave McNamara follows through, come back around.
We could do Bubba's Milk and Wildcat Energy. Boom. Don't mix them together, though. Don't suggest that.
Should get you to do marketing for next week at Sydney Euro Motor Festival.
You've already done it all, mate. You've already done it all. You've ticked all the boxes.
Michael Richards, the matching leather man.
You know what? He needs to be sponsored by Milwaukee.
Yes.
Or something similar.
Or Heinz tomato sauce.
Yeah. Or the Sydney Swans.
Yeah, or the St George Dragons, apparently. As we are getting locked in, we get back into the serious stuff here.
It's Gareth Wilcox down there dialing with a 6 flat.
Unfortunately, Richards just took off like a switch. That was over before he even started for Michael. 5:53 with a 1 at 1:11 to a 6:83 at 1:15. I said, Michael, 0.65 reaction time at 1.3 60 foot. It was gone for him. It started.
Yeah, he picked up a 10th just on the start line.
Yeah. So, up next, is it Joe Curry in the Destroyer?
Yes. In the airflow lane, dialed in with a 5.72.
Wow.
Taking on...
So, Adrian Watson on the
Adrian
R6?
Watson.
Yeah.
Yep. Little R6 down there, 6.80. So near a second, Joe's got to wait on that start line, actually over a second.
Yeah, but the R6 is no slouch either, so
No.
this is going to be a fun run.
Definitely not. Joe's bike hasn't been leaving quite as straight as I'm sure that he would like it to. He's had to have a little bit of input into shifting the body around to keep it where he wants it.
R6, oh, he's jumped! He's jumped! No! Oh, 6.89 with a 5 at 1.06, and unfortunately, because of the jump, it's a 5.73 at 1.20, but the loss. Hey.
Yeah. It would have been a cracker of a run. 0.16 on the tree for Watson. Nice line on a bike.
So keeps the R6 in his 5th place for the day. As we bring up our next pair, 8120 is Travis McCleverty.
And 9970
Yep, Albie
is Albie Davidson, of course, part of the Digger Motorsports team. Doing a lot of good things in modified bike and street bike.
McCleverty is 5th place overall today. He just needs to try and convert this 60 foot. He has just, no, he's unfortunately just a smidge off out of the 60 foot and I wasn't able to convert that. 7.83 with a 0 from the Aeroflow, 7.24 with a 4 from Rocket. As we move into our last solo here, short close, Suzuki GXXF. It's tongue twister there, but I got it. Dialed in for a 7 flat. All the way down from Muswellbrook.
Only 750 cc's, looking for a 7 flat. Might need.
Puts his head down, gets the front into the beams, aims it straight, holds on. Let's go, here we go. 0.24 reaction time, 2.1 on the 60, 5.1 on the 30, 7.52 with a 6 at 1.02. So 7.1 was his 7th place, so he does kind of, he still has his 7.1, but I said the 7.5 quite probably isn't where he wants to be at. This is capable of earlier today, a 7.1 at 1.05. as we see the next group of cars getting staged up in the back of this staging area. So while we work out what's going on, who's versing who in the finals, we're quickly just putting our head down here at the track and doing a little bit of spray, keeping a bit of prep, making sure it's still got some adhesive on the top. Our bracket marshals are compiling the data, see who's versing who for the finals. Don't forget, for those watching at home and those who are here today, next weekend, next Saturday, Sydney Euro Motor Festival, 28th of June. Scan that QR code, grab your tickets. Going to be a fun-filled event. Roll racing, drag racing, show and shine, drift cars, trade stands, corporate facilities, food trucks, trophies, cash prizes. As I said, one of our larger events hopefully coming through next week, proudly presented by Precision Racing and Expel. As it looks like a couple of cars are coming through. So, as we said, bracket marshals and officials are putting in the data, organising who's in the finals. In the meantime, we are going to have a little bit of grudge matches happening here, Bushy.
And why not? The car's already unloaded.
Yeah.
Have a crack.
Go get the ASX, mate.
I haven't got my helmet, mate. I don't drive around with that
Mate.
in the boot.
Mate, I feel if I bring the rear out, I'll probably try and do a burnout and rip a CV in half.
Yeah.
Give it a send-off.
Just what you want.
Burnout comp in the Rio, mate. Macca's trays and all.
You'll be right. You probably want... I don't know if I'd do a burnout on the burnout pad. There's too much rubbing down there, mate. There's only one way to find out.
Mate, nothing a bit of nitrous can't help.
Only 3 kits. one per cylinder.
Spray it raw straight through the throttle body. For Pam! That's about 20 shot.
All right, so we're going to have a couple of grudge runs, as we said, while they finish crunching the numbers next door for all of our finals. I think they've worked most of them out. There's only 1 or 2 left. What a cracker of a day it's been here in Western Sydney. Fingers crossed for a repeat next Saturday.
Yes, mate. Counting down the days, 8 days to go. As Joel Lucas having a run with the VZ Commodore.
T77.
As I look at my notes, my last page finishes at 76, Bushy. So the Steel City Streeters, Full Loads Racing, VZ. Taking on Joel in the Turbo Barra.
Sam Fullerton it is down there.
It is Sam. Okay. Sam versus Joel.
Nice big burnout down there from Sam. Let's see what he can do. This is just a couple of grudge runs. I'm sure we're going to be able to tell when it's finals because they'll have a dial-in on the board. All of our categories have been handicapped on a dial-in system.
Okay.
These races do not have a dial-in on the board, so therefore...
So it's a genuine Holden versus Ford. Sam versus Joel.
6 versus 8. 0-1, 2 and a 3.
Joel is taken off. Oh my God. 6.99 with a 3 at 99. Sam comes through with a 7.48 with an 8 at 104. And according to our computer statistics, they're the top 2 out of 2. Up next, the Slingshot Falcon. As is it the 66, the 67. So, according to my calculations, that will be Jared versus Michael. Jared in at the 66 in the Rocket Lane. Michael in the 67, heart of the Aeroflow lane. Turbo Barra versus Turbo Barra.
Ooh, nice launch from the Rocket Lane.
Jared's has taken this from the beginning, mate. 6.89 with a 5 at 106 to a 7.28 at 93.
You know what he said? I've got nothing to lose. I'm just going to go page up.
That's it. As the Mazda comes through. Is that Windsor again?
Yep.
Windsor Fisher. Front-wheel drive Mazda 3 MPS. And he's jumped.
Oh, he's gone for the light, though. 064 red does not matter at this point. Get himself another set of data.
Oh, he's not worried about data.
He just wants a number.
Is that the Telstra ad?
No.
I'm not worried about data.
That's right, because he's got an unlimited plan.
10.37 with an 8 at 76.
Mate, he's been watching the whole stream on his Apple CarPlay.
Well, there you go. That would be pretty funny. Right. Next up, Sam Pegas in the VN V6 Turbo.
I didn't think it was stock.
Looks to be
3.8. It sure does. It's getting harder and harder to find.
Especially when it nearly takes off with 3 wheels. 0.61 reaction time, 1.60, 5.0 on the 330, converts it to a 7.82 with a 6 at 89. Puts him back up into 5th, pushes the Mazda down.
How cool does this Willys look down on our staging lanes cam? I haven't seen it from the front all day. It's going under the tower. We've missed it now. Just saw the roof of it.
We missed it again?
Oh, no.
How about now?
No.
He's
turned around. He's turned around, I think. He looked like he's heading back into the pits.
Oh, unfortunate. All right. As our next two come through, Corey Stutchbury from the Dalton Racing VXSS taking on Mr. 62. One of the dollar Dodd. Chris Redmond. Is it? No, it's not. It's meant to be, but it's not. Right. Oh, VX took off, but no good. Oh.
Definite. There was a click there on
I feel like it might be a bit of CV-age.
Yes.
CV-age?
CV. I don't know if that's actually a word, but...
my word of the day now.
Some CV damage.
He felt it straight away and pulled it straight to the side. I said 6.46 with a 7 at 109 for the Aeroflow. And that might need the quad down here for a flat toe. Help bring back down through the gate. As Mr. Wes, our quad bike extraordinaire, Gets his helmet on.
Mr. Wes.
He does cook a mean barbecue. As they wheel the VX back, they'll able to hopefully get out as Wes on the quad bike's coming down to meet them. All right. Next two pairs coming through. Have we got any dial-ins on these ones, Bushy? T55, T58.
Yep, that is
Andrew Barbara.
Yep. And Phil Moore down there.
Yep.
Moore in the big 54 Chevy. Small block on board for him.
Yep.
Had a little bit of a mixed day in the big Chevy.
It yep, had a couple of DRS moments too. Both locked in. Both 0.1 the reaction time. 1.60 foot before we get him over the line. 8.06 of the 1 at 88 to a 10.08 at 68.
Yeah, that big Chevy just so much more weight to move, but out there having just as much fun.
Out comes out the Squire.
Yep. Matty Moore down there.
Yep. Rick in the Squire.
In the Chevy, yep.
Slick Rick.
256 cylinder on board in the wagon. Helped along with a little bit of giggle gas.
That's the one. Has that got suicide seats in the back? Rear-facing seats?
I can't
That
see.
would, imagine that. Imagine you sitting on one of them on a run.
Just watch the start line disappear.
You'd be like...
He'd be thrown to the back.
Oh, he's on it, Rick. He's on it.
079 on the tree for Rick in the Squire.
1.860 foot, 5.23 30 converts it to an 810 with a 6 at 85. What a run.
And a 10, was it a 10.16 with an 865 mile an hour in the airflow lane.
This looks like Sam just comes back out.
Yeah, Fullerton down there in the airflow lane, taking on Joel Lucas.
They ran last time together. Maybe it's a rematch. Redemption.
Looks like we've got a couple of our finalists assembled down there in the staging lanes. Once we move into those categories, there's only 4 or 5 races left for the evening. Sam Fullerton, an 044 light, nice light. But I think that Barra 6 is going to draw him by. No, he didn't get there.
7.12 with a 4 at 103. Joel with a 6.90, 6.99 with a 3 at 99. Move on to the next pair. We've got a bike here from Sean Close. So he's doing a solo here. Don't forget, guys, if you want all your drag racing pictures, don't forget Bent on Drags with Nadine. Madcar Media with Jess on the sidelines here taking your photos. That's the dialed-in boys. Ah, he's going to watch his own car win here. All right, here goes Sean. 0.18 reaction. 2.0 on the 60, 5.0 on the 330, 7.42 with an 8. Into a 102. As Sammy Jo looks like she's taken on Brian. It's the dishes versus the edges.
And the washing of the car.
And the washing.
I wonder if they do those little side bets.
I don't know, but...
Again, there'd be a tally somewhere.
Is it rewarding for Brian if he watches his car win, or disappointing because he lost to his own car? This is the question.
Yeah, that's an internal loop question.
Yes.
094 to 140.
Sammy Jo, she's giving it to him, but it looks like Brian has taken it. 6.83 with an 8 at 102 to a 7.18 with an 8 at 95. Oh, second quickest there for Brian.
Yeah, so far in tonight's grudge sessions that we're having, just while we continue to assemble our finalists in the staging lanes.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see a dialed-in racing person win, because they both, you know. As I said, it looks like we've got our final cars getting ready in the staging lane as we bring it up on the big screen. Got the Willies. Got the Hot 351, got the Gemini, got the got the HQ. I'm hopefully probably right in guessing that the Bravo isn't.
Yeah, no.
The FG Falcon.
Bravo's towing Sean Mars, HB Tirana down there.
I mean, he could have been cheeky and just put a...
And look who's lurking in the background there behind all those people.
Who is it, mate? Mars
it's Mr. Bullpit.
Oh, it is. It is. I hope he's okay with calling that.
What does the number plate on his car? We were just calling him.
I know.
I think we should actually call him by his name.
No, we'll
he's made the final.
I guess we might call him Kevin Price then. But I don't know. I love the Bullpit. Not the Kingswood. So it looks like.
Looks like we got our bike finalists down there as well. They shouldn't be too far away from the trophy runs.
All right, here we go. T82.
This is just a grudge run here.
As he edges forward in the rocket lane.
Troy McQuillan.
Troy in the VZSS locks in the stage. Launch mode, 0.8 rounds of time, 1.660. Converts it to a 4.4 on the 330 and comes through with a 671 with a 7 at 108. All right, here we go. The FG Falcon taking on the Statesman.
We've got Chris Varillis down there in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 949. This is our Street Fighter category. Taking on Michael Zara. In the Statesman, 1070 the dial in for Zara.
All right, both locked in. Dial in of 949 to a 1007. Oh, mate, I don't know what's happened with the Falcon here. But yeah, Statesman has gone through, taken that win. A 1031 with the one at 60 to 1185 at 72. I don't know whether there might have been something happened there, but the Falcon just wasn't really ready to play.
No, it didn't look like it, but congratulations to Michael on taking the win here this afternoon.
Yep. Well done.
And big,
well done.
Big burnouts from our motorcycle competitors will be our next finalist here.
Michael Riches. Moving on, coming forward as he's moving on, and he's versing Albie Davison and the Suzuki V-Twin.
This will be a pretty popular win down at the trophy presentations. Both races part of the Team Digger racing team. Richards dialed in with a 540, a 751 for Davidson. Davidson away with a 316 light, but a 150.
But Richards, you might get around this again. Oh, wow. A 548 with a 115 to a 769 at 97.
Yeah, wow, Richards carrying a lot more speed at the top end of the racetrack. The margin.
Wow.
Look tighter than that from up here. But
it sounds close when I speak like that.
Yes, it does, because you wind it up. You wind it up.
As here comes the Willies, taking on the Falcon.
Casey Johnson down there.
That's the one.
In the rocket lane, dialed in with a 783.
Versing Damien Kemp.
Yep, Damien Kemp dialed in with a 708.
With a 454 big block under it. Both of them might be playing mind games here, mate.
Is this the point you put the big weight bar in the back and drag the bumper or not?
Put some helium in the boot to lift it up even. All right, Falcon takes off. Willie's jumped. He's handed it.
Kemp's gone too fast. 066 for Johnson. He's going to take the winner's trophy home.
Yep, 791 with a 1 at 88 for the win to a 7-1 at 96. Oh.
Disappointment there for Kemp, but jubilation for Johnson.
Yep. All right, here we go. Mr. Price, aka the Bull Pit, taking on the HQ, Mr. number 78, Both of these been some really tough, heavy hitters. As I said, Bullpit's been consistent.
Davies in the rocket. They dialed in with a 7.10.
Will Davies get around Price?
Price gets better reaction time by about a 10th. He
Price
went too fast.
Out.
Too fast, Adam. We've seen that quite a bit this evening.
Oh, Davies takes it 7.18 with a 7.96. As we move on to the Gemini versus the Tirana. Jim versus Sean. LS2 Turbo Jimmy versus the 414 Chev in the Tirana. .582 dialed in by Sean. 660 dialed in by Bruce.
Yeah, 0.8 of a second. Head start going to the Gemini.
Let's just hope that that doesn't get to his nerves and he jumps too early. Let's hope he's able to jump. Got the Gemini boxes in. Sean comes in second here. Locks himself. Jemmy takes off. Quite through reaction here from Sean. He really wants that win. Does he get around and take the win? He does. Oh, he does. 588 with a 6. The Gemini did break out, but as I said, 588 with a 6 at 114 for Sean.
Yeah, Mark did it all on his own there, Adam. He got there first across the finish line by 0.05 of a second. The Gemini went too quick trying to close that 1/10 of a second gap on the start line.
What a good run as that moves us into the XY.
Dennis Placer's down there in the rocket lane. Dialed in with a 7 flat, taking on Anthony Gadolari in the Holden utility. Dialed in with a 677. The big block in the HQ utility will be chasing down the Falcon.
Oh, he's jumped it. He's given
just
it to
1,000th of a second,
and
Adam.
he flashes the hazards as he takes the win.
Wow, 1,000th of a second too soon for Gadolari on the start line.
7.005 at 95. Man, he hit the hazard. He had time to hit the hazards as he went down.
Did he?
I
I
was like,
didn't
that's
see
a bit
it. Must
mean.
have just done it once because I didn't see it.
So that does conclude today.
Yep.
Thank you all for joining into us on YouTube and joining us today in the grandstands. On behalf of the 2200 DRA, we thank you for your attendance, and we all thank all our competitors for their participation, and congratulations to our winners. Bushy, that was a good day.
It was a good day. I had a great time up here commentating with yourself and watching a lot of different cars that we don't always get to see here at Sydney Dragway. Everybody put on a great show. There was some really good racing, and I hope everybody down there, from our competitors to our viewers online and at the racetrack, have enjoyed the entertainment. We look forward to seeing you all at Sydney Dragway on Wednesday night.
Truck
of course,
night.
Our Aeroflow
And
race
comp
for real.
night.
Our comp and truck racing night. Yes, you heard me right. We're going to be racing some semis and prime movers over the 8th mile here at Sydney Dragway. Something a little bit different for us here. We'll see how that unfolds. But not the first time we've seen trucks down a drag strip. Just I don't believe we've seen it here. So be at the venue by 6. If you're going to come and watch, I think competitor gates open at 4:30. And, of course, next weekend, Adam?
Yes. Sydney Euro Motor Festival, 28th of June. If you're not there, you'll need a note.
Yep. Well, I'll be here, right here. Looking forward to it. So be safe on the roads, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Good night.